It's good. D. Anderson and the Showboats have won it in overtime. Going to hand this off up the middle for Marable. He's going to fumble. Ball's loose. And St. Louis picks it up. That will do it. The Battlehawks defense makes a play late. Game on the line. Looking to throw. Has time. End zone. Incomplete. It's incomplete. The Stallions hang on to win. For overtime. DeLeo to throw. Pass. Caught by Roland. Needs some help. Not gonna get it. He stopped a yard short. Houston will pull off the upset. Looking to throw. Has time. Deep. Right side. Overthrown. Picked off. It's intercepted by Keenan Isaac. He's gonna need it right there. They hand this off right side for Roland. They convert the 10-5. Chris Roland. I should shut up. Chris Roland touchdown. That's the dagger. Knicks toss left side and there's room. Has past the 30, past the 40, past the 20, 15, 10, 5. RJ Harvey. There we go. One play. Just need one play out of you. Gonna play action and look to throw. Mariota, sometime. Pass. Intercepted. It's picked off. Yes. Yes. One play was all they needed. Jack Jones. Williams, play action. Rolling left, looking to throw. Has time. Pass. End zone intercepted. It's Keyshawn Nixon calling game. Darnold to throw. Has time. Pass. Wide open. Over the middle. The Seattle Seahawks do it. Play action looking to throw. Williams has some time. Pass deep. Over the middle. Has a man. It's DJ Moore. Touchdown Chicago. They win in overtime. Snap good. Hold good. Kick up. And he missed it. Wide right. The Steelers will host Houston on Monday night. Williams in shotgun. Back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. 4th and 4. Trip to Seattle on the line. Man in motion. Williams looking to throw. Pressure coming. Rolling left. Trying to buy some time. Back near the 40. Pass left side. Williams is caught. Touchdown Chicago. Cole Kmet. Somehow the magic remains. What? May looking to throw in 3rd and 6. Rolling left. Gonna take it himself. And that will do it. A first down carry. It's a gain of 7. And the Patriots have booked their ticket to Santa Clara. Zeros on the clock. The Seattle Seahawks, for the first time since 2014, are your NFC champion. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the doubleheader on this Sunday, beginning with the Dallas Renegades taking on the Columbus Aviators. And what a 36 hours it has been for the UFL so far this week. A whole slew of messes, from the weird finish in overtime on Friday night to the blowout and the longest point differential in the game yesterday, to what happened just last night before this matchup, as Todd Haley is going to be the interim head coach for the Columbus Aviators. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, Ted Ginn got arrested last night due to a DUI, and terrible situation, unfortunate situation, just absolutely terrible. We'll see how this game goes. Hopefully it's enough to be able to get away from it, but Todd Haley is the interim head coach. So we'll see how this one goes. No expectations for this game as week 3 continues to just get weirder and weirder in the UFL. We got 2 games to go today. Kickoff on the way here momentarily, and we shall see how this one plays out. I mentioned in everything that happened because I'm sure the broadcast on ABC is going to mention it as well, just because you kind of have to in a game like this when there's not really a storyline entering it besides the Dallas offense being as good as it has been. They're going to find something. Yeah, kickoff on the way here momentarily. It's been a crazy 36 hours or so in the UFL, to say the very least of everything. It's not been the greatest of looks for the league, but at the same time, if you get 2 really good games to finish out the week, it's something. Yeah, there you go. There's a broadcast mentioning it now, given the statement that the UFL released last night as well on the matter. Just a very unfortunate situation in Columbus, a team that entering the season had a lot of hype surrounding it, just because of what this roster is, the talent on this roster. And now, not even 3 weeks in, it has turned into a complete mess. But, again, who knows? Todd Haley, let's see what he can do as a interim head coach, so to speak. They're going to be interviewing him right now on the broadcast as well, right before this. So I'm going to listen into what he has to say, because it gives you an idea for this Columbus team in this one. Because the thing with Todd Haley is he has head coaching experience and proper coaching experience. While, yeah, his time in Kansas City wasn't the greatest, it is still something this team can definitely build off of, could definitely work with. But it's going to be a tough game nonetheless. This Dallas team is a really good team. So, we'll see how this game plays out. As Dallas looking to get to 3-0, catch up with Orlando after their win on Friday night, thanks to the overtime fiasco and all that. Which I will not be surprised if we see a rule change before next week, or at the very latest before next season with overtime, because that was just kind of an unacceptable way for one of the greatest games of the season so far to end. But now we have to see what Dallas can do. From the brief look we got at the stadium when they were interviewing Todd Haley, the fans didn't look quite there. We'll see, but again, it was also on a weird part of the stadium. The main thing is, like, on the Dallas sideline, how are the fans going to show up for this game? Hopefully pretty well. This is a Dallas team that they should definitely be able to show up for. But again, you never really know. As kickoff is underway here soon. But yeah, kickoff underway here soon. Again, no real expectations for this game aside of just hope that Dallas is going to be playing well and hopefully Columbus can put up a fight in this one. We shall see. The third straight home game to begin the season for the Renegades. Going to mean their end of season schedule is going to be into hostile territory quite often. But again, if you start the season 3-0, winning all your home games, you're putting yourself in a good spot for that late season push. Anyway, so we'll see what Dallas can do here. Good thing is Day Hunter is back in the lineup for them. After making his season debut last week and playing well in it, I'm expecting Day Hunter to have another solid game in this one. Purely because of just just because of the kind of back he is. But again, we'll see. We will see. Yeah, Haley was also the head coach for the Memphis Showboats back in 2023 before the UFL merger. So again, he has experience. We'll see if that experience can make this game a bit more competitive for Columbus. All right. No one noticeable on Dallas's inactive list. How about Columbus's? Oh, Ted Guinness also now released a statement about it. Okay. This was 15 minutes ago. I will read that during a commercial break. As kickoff is underway, Columbus will get the ball first in this one. Kickoff going to be out of bounds. So good starting field position coming up for Columbus from the 40. All right. For Columbus's inactives, the two newest additions, Grant Du Bois and Leon O'Neal, are inactive for this game as they signed midway through the week. As Jalen McClennan taking the field here. This is a Columbus offense that, has put up, they put up 28 points last week. A lot of it was in garbage time scenarios, but they did okay last week offensively. Maybe wanted to see it, a little bit better all around. But it was a team that definitely performed. Especially also in week 1 against Orlando. They played fine in that game. Just wasn't enough as they shot themselves in the foot constantly. McClellan in shotgun, back to his left. First play of the game, going to be a play action as he looks to throw. Pass over the middle is caught. Gain of roughly 8. That is Gunnar Oaks on the grab. So solid way to start things off. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. I'm reading this Ted Ginn statement he had earlier, legit right before the game. McClellan in shotgun, back to his left, looking to throw in 2nd and 2. Pass right side, going to be caught for the first. Pass midfield to the 45. All right, back-to-back solid plays. It was Kiki Chisholm on the grab for Columbus. Not bad. Yeah. 1st and 10. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. Going to look to throw in 1st and 10. McClellan with some time, passing one deep. Left side, gonna be overthrown and incomplete. Looking for Antoine Wells on the play. Maybe if that's a back shoulder throw, it can get there. Maybe even force a DPI, but yeah, for the most part, that was probably not gonna end up working in the end. From McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. Ball on the Dallas 46-yard line. McClellan going to hand this off up the middle. And there's space up to about the 40 for John Lovett. All right, so 3rd and 4 coming up. First 3rd down test of the game for this Aviators offense. McClellan under center, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. 3 receiving options to the right. McClellan going to hand this off right side for Lovett. Has some blockers on that edge. Going to fight his way. Will depend on the spot if he got the first. It's close. Definitely close enough to where, yeah, just going for it is smart, even though they're in technically field goal range to a degree. That is some great blocking along the outside, though. Especially from Alize Mack. Alize Mack. They're going to say it's 4th and inches. McClellan under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Making some adjustments at the line, and now Columbus will call their first timeout. Having to call one early here. Not great. But you do want to make sure you have the right play call here for 4th and 1. So 4th and 1. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's short. Pretty much a 4th and a foot. With 12:10 to play in the first. McClellan under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Making some adjustments at the line. First 4th down test for Columbus. McClellan, handoff up the middle, and there's space for the first for Lovett. Past the 35 and down to about the 31. All right. Opening drive going well. First and 10 coming up. McClellan in shotgun, back behind him, 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on Dallas's 31-yard line. McClellan, play action, looking to throw. Has some time in the pocket, trying to roll right now to buy some more. Still looking, pass along that right side is tipped and incomplete. There is a penalty down now as well. It gets tipped twice. And this penalty might be on Dallas. First, it gets tipped going back towards the line of scrimmage from either the receiver or the Dallas defender that was in good coverage. And then it bounces off the helmet of another Dallas defender towards another one. Yes, DPI against Dallas. Spot foul, automatic first down. But Columbus ended up moving pretty well on this drive. So far, been one of the better drives they've had this year. So 1st and 10 after the DPI. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the Dallas 11-yard line. McClellan handoff up the middle. And a fight his way inside the 10 to about the 8 as John Lovett on the carry. All right. So far, so good. Yeah, the Columbus ground game has been working this year. It's just they haven't had the backing of like a defense or the passing game sometimes to build off of it. McClellan alone in shotgun. 3 receiving options to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on the Dallas 8-yard line. McClellan to throw. Pass left side, gonna be caught. Breaks off 1 tackle. Lovett spinning his way and in. They strike on the opening drive. The Columbus Aviators looking good to take the lead. 8-yard touchdown grab for John Lovett. Guess the question would be, when is he out of bounds at here? On the field, it's being ruled a touchdown for the time being. That spin, it's going to be close. A scoring play, all scoring plays are reviewed. And it's going to be confirmed, so touchdown stands. John Lovett, really good drive there for the Aviators to get him down the field on the opener. Took them 4 minutes and 35 seconds. The extra point is up, and they lead by 7. All right, that was a really good opening drive for Columbus. The only question now is going to be how is Dallas going to respond, and kind of what type of game are we going to be getting in this? But first, a commercial break. At commercial break. Yeah, exactly the opening drive you wanted from Columbus's offense. But at the same time, they had this happen last week against DC as well. A good opening drive that then they just couldn't build off of until way too late into the game. Probably because their defense also was getting torched the entire night on the ground. So hopefully the defense plays a little bit better today, but I don't know, with how this Dallas offense has been going this season, we might be in for a shootout, or we're going to be in for a rinse of repeat from last week for Columbus, which would be unfortunate. But we'll see. Yeah, ABC has always been weird when it comes to showing the games. I know, I know. Typically, there is one game a year, and when I'm in South Florida, that I don't get for some reason on ABC. So hopefully, that won't be the case this year. But yeah, ABC is always a bit weird like that. You can only control it so much. From years past, I believe, on through ESPN's website on ESPN3, if you connect your TV provider to it, I believe you'll be able to see the game there as well. It might just be a bit delayed. That's how I had to watch a game last year. Hell yeah. The thing with punters, which is always kind of funny, is like ideally for Dallas, you don't really want to see him on the field, but yeah, this Dallas offense has been electric this year. They're always a fun team to watch. Even from years past when they haven't been as electric of a team, they're still a fun team to watch because they always find a way late to make things close. But yeah, just coming back from commercial break, Dallas's offense about to be seeing the field here for the first time as the teams are lined up for the kickoff. Austin Reed will be seeing the field. Great start to the season through 2 weeks. Can he continue it? Yeah, it's been a great year for Dallas. That's cool. Yeah, he has proven me wrong through 2 weeks instantly, and I always like to be proven wrong when I'm talking about players most of the times because I want to see all these guys have success. As kickoff going to be returned up to about the 29, especially someone like Austin Reed who won a national championship at West Florida at University of West Florida, like a guy that's had the success he has had in college, finding success in pros, even if it is through spring football at first, it's always great. All right. Reed in shotgun back to his left. Two receivers to each side. Man in motion right to left. First play of the game for the Renegades offense going to be a handoff right side that gets back to the line of scrimmage for no gain. All right, I like that they're trying to establish the run. That's definitely the facet of the offense I want to see the most today, just based off how Columbus's run defense has played through 2 weeks. Yeah, the weird thing was those 2 years where he was with Chicago. I didn't really watch their preseason because they didn't have anything that enticed me to watch it. But I've since gone back to those games, and yeah, he looked great for Chicago. There's a pass right side, going to be caught right around the first down marker. We'll see if they give it to him. It'll be Deontay Burnett on the reception, and they're going to give him the first. So gain of 10 on second down. 9.5 to go in the first quarter. Reed in shotgun back to his right. Three receivers to the right as well. Reed quick pass right side. Going to be caught by Drake Stoops. And going to get a yard or so after breaking off a tackle for the receiver screen. Yeah, the run game is the only thing that they're missing. And even then, it showed up a bit last week when Day Hunter got back in the lineup. So like even if it is still like an 80 rushing yard per game running offense, you would still gladly take that for this team. Reed in shotgun back to his right, two receiving options to each side, looking to throw in second and 9. Dump off over the middle, caught by Merriweather, up past the 45 to about the 47. Third and relatively short coming up. The big thing is Day Hunter. Like I think Ellis Merriweather has become their bull cow back because the younger guy, and there's a bit of a youth movement going on in Dallas, but still Day Hunter can be a stud for them. I also say that like Merriweather isn't a few years older than Hunter. Oh well. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left, looking to throw in 3rd and 3. Quick pass left side, gonna be dropped. Good coverage there against Deontay Burnett. It'll be a 4th and 3 coming up. It was DJ Miller on the pass breakup. He timed that hit perfectly to force the ball loose. It's a nice play design. Like you get the semi pick you wanted there. Couldn't hang on through the contact. So 4th and 3 around midfield. Dallas will punt this one away. Out comes Brendan Hall to send this one down. Antoine Wells back to return. Punt comes off clean. There is a penalty marker down as well. Gonna bounce inside the 15 and out of bounds right around there. This would actually be a good way to see if they still have the rule from last year on punts that I did not like. As this sits, it's a pretty solid punt to pin them inside the 20. We'll see if the penalty changes things. Refs are discussing. It's illegal formation against Dallas. They're going to tack on 5 to the end of the punt. So Columbus will start from roughly the 20. Assuming that they still don't have the rule where punts that go out of bounds inside the 20 are touchbacks. Nonetheless, we had to commercial break. Yeah, it did seem like that they snapped the ball pretty quick on that punt. That's probably part of it. But again, in the 20-yard line is okay. It's for UFL standards, the 20-yard line is not great starting field position because typically drives in UFL start 35 to 45 in that area. I think the average is more close to like 30 to 40, but nonetheless. I think it'll just because I think the net would just be 5 less for the punt, so not too much. And yeah, that rule was bad last year. I believe they changed it for this year. Because like a big part of a punter is to pin them inside the 5 through the coffin corner stuff, and they got rid of that for no reason. When a perfect punt is still really entertaining to watch, and it sets up a really interesting situation. Now, that was one of the things where they tried to innovate too much in some of the rules last year. Still, you can make the argument they're doing it again this year with some of the things. But I think for the most part, the ways they're innovating this year are better than they were last year. Yeah. Exactly. And the amount of teams that have found insane like deep playoff success because of those coffin corners as well, like those Colts teams, for example. It's a part of the game that is really makes things more interesting. Because anytime you could pin a team deep and a safety happens, that gets talked about plenty to bring attention to something. As we're still at commercial break. Like it is an art to the game being able to pin teams deep like that. Well, God, there was Johnny Hecker, I believe, is the Rams punter from a while ago, who like also was entertaining to watch. The former Ravens punters, I believe it's Sam Koch or Sam Kutch, pronounce the last name. He had a whole he taught an entire lesson basically about how he had 5 different ways to punt the ball, and that's interesting. Yeah, it's not like stereotypical interesting football, but that can be really interesting. Yeah, it it gets the team fired up because it gives them an opportunity to make a game-changing play by the whole feel like by winning field position battles and a safety. Like that's all part of it. There was a Dolphin. The amount of times the Dolphins and Titans have had just bad games for Miami. There was a Dolphins and Titans game back in 2021 or 2020, I believe. And that entire game was a field position battle. And yeah, it wasn't the most entertaining game, but it was still interesting because you knew one mistake would cost you. That's definitely true as well. But at the same time, the amount of successful coaches that have roots in special teams, it is a very important side of the game that just does not get much attention to because it doesn't get clicks online. And that's unfortunate. As we're just coming back from commercial break, McClellan under center, back behind him, 3 receiving options to the right. Okay, same ball on their own 30, so they do keep that rule, it seems. Quick pass right side, going to be brought up past the 40, 45, and down to about the 47 or so. Alize Mack on the reception. I do think they still adjusted it briefly. I'm pretty sure, I think last year was the 30-yard line it would have been brought up to. Now it's the 25. So that's sort of from the 30. Okay. It's still not great, but oh well. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. 1st and 10 from their own 47. McClellan going to look to throw in 1st and 10. Pass left side. Going to be caught by an open Antoine Wells. Past midfield to the Dallas 45. Second and 2 coming up. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. It's Toa in the backfield for the Aviators. Hopefully he can get going in this game. He's another player I love to watch. McClellan going to take it himself up the middle and going to lose about a yard. A botched read option, it seems. I just couldn't get anything going. So 6 minutes to play in the first. Okay. 3rd and roughly 2 for Columbus. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Gonna take it himself right side on the QB keeper. That's gonna be enough for the first up to about the 41. That was also Jalen Morton in the game, going a little 2 QB here for Columbus. Okay. Using his athleticism a bit more to be able to create something there. I like it. Like, finding ways to get Jalen Morton's athleticism involved can definitely help this offense because there's another facet that McClellan doesn't quite give. As McClellan back in shotgun, back to his left, going to hand this off right side for Toa. Gets past the 40 to about the 39, so a gain of 2. Not bad. Second and 8 coming up. Four and a half to go in the first quarter. Clock continuing to roll. About 10 seconds left in the play clock as Columbus breaks the huddle. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Play clock down to 2. 1 to get the snap off in time as they hand this off up the middle for Tawa. Has space past the 35 and down to about the 34. 3rd and 3 coming up. Yeah, but they've also just been dealt the QB injury bug, it seems. Decker, because in week 1, there was a bit of a 2 QB, but also Henderson just played really bad in week 1. Week 2, Decker's got hurt, so Henderson had to come in. And then yesterday, both Deckers and Henderson were out. So it left a third QB to step in. Towler did not play well yesterday. McClendon to throw in 3rd and 3. Dump off over the middle is caught with space, but going to be stumbling and brought down at the line of scrimmage. Was never able to turn it upfield, where he had plenty of room to take it, to possibly take it a distance. It was Kiki Chisholm on the grab. There is a penalty marker down, which is offside against Dallas. So even with the 3rd down stand, it'll be a 1st down for Columbus. Yeah. Was that Taco Charlton just barely lining up outside? I will say, though, a Dallas player loses their helmet and no penalty is called there somehow. No, it did not. To be fair, neither did Houston's Week 2 game. It didn't really tell the story of that one either. McClendon under center, going to hand this off right side. And there's some space. A hurdle to get down to the 25 for Saquandre White and another penalty down. 3 minutes to play in the first. Penalties aplenty. This time it's going to be against Columbus, so pushing them back. As it's a hold-in against Columbus. Alright, so 1st and 20 after the hold. McClendon in shotgun. Back to his right, 3 receiving options to the left. Ball now on the Dallas 39-yard line. Dallas looking like they're going to be sending pressure, but not, instead fall back as the snap is high and McClendon bobbles it. Trying to create something and is brought down behind the line for a loss of 3. High snap pretty much killed the play instantly. Not sure if that was supposed to be a handoff or what. But they just completely... Yeah, no, it was supposed to be a handoff to Towel up the middle, but high snap and they had to abandon it. So 2nd and 22, or 22 and a half, 23. 2:15 to play in the first. A good looking drive for Columbus. Then holding penalty, pretty much going to kill it seems. McClendon in shotgun, looking to throw in 2nd and 22-ish. Has some time, pass right side, going to be caught. And going to pretty much get those yards back from the previous play, and maybe a little bit more. Still a 3rd and long coming up for the Aviators. Alright, 3rd and long. Going to be like a 3rd and what, 18 or so? Yeah, 3rd and 18. McClendon in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. And there's some movement up front before the snap. Going to be a false start against Columbus. It's Jalen Moore on that right side moving a bit too early. So now it's a 3rd and 23. Jeez, Columbus. Yeah, all good. I go live with basically every single UFL game, so I'm always here. It's just fun for me. One of those things where I was always going to be watching these games anyway, so I was like, might as well go live with them. And that was back in 2024, and it's been consistent ever since. So as a stoppage, going to be here before 3rd and 23. Timeout being called by Columbus. Columbus has called 2 timeouts before we got out of the first quarter. Sure, why not? I appreciate the offer, but I know it's also kind of the spring's also a bit of a weird time for me, at least now, is because of I'm close to finishing college. That'll be done That'll be done next year. But yeah. Also, a part of it is just I was talking about it with a friend the other day where I'm like, yeah, I do kind of miss going to football games. As a Dolphins fan in South Florida, I went to a bunch of their games. I do kind of miss it. At the same time, I do also just like being live a bit more. So I'm not sure when I'll get out to a football game next. I'm at UCF. I'm in that area. Yeah, it's been something. There's also been something for me to do while I don't want to do assignments. The procrastination in me has led to this, and I'm happy for it. McClellan and shotgun, a back to each side. 3rd and 23, looking to throw. Has time, pass over the middle, caught by Tay Martin. Gonna get down to about the 31. Nowhere near enough for the first. So a 4th and long coming up, but it does probably get Columbus into field goal range. Yeah, they're gonna send out the field goal unit here. So Ryan Coe on for the long kick. Try and make this a 10-point lead. Yeah, I'm in that stage of trying to get stuff set up for after school. I've done a few internships over the summer. Gonna have over the past summers. I'm gonna do another one this summer. That's probably gonna lead to something. I hope. We'll see. 50-yard kick from the left hash. Make it a 10-point Columbus lead. Kick is up, and it is no good. Pushed it too far to the right. It remains a 7-point Columbus lead. Dallas has a good opportunity here. Yeah. Yeah, it's UCF has kind of been a recent thing for my family of just like, yeah, we're just gonna go here because it's one, cheaper than Miami, and two, like it is just nice to be like a few hours up the road and kind of like have that proper feeling of like being away and having freedom, but also like being close enough to where it's a quick visit for them. Again, I got the Miami jersey behind me as well as all the other South Florida stuff. Which the CFP last year was a fun journey for everything. Reed gonna hand this off up the middle, and there's room for Day Hunter past midfield to about the 49, maybe 48. That might be the final play of the first quarter. Yeah, but the idea is probably to go back to, because a lot of my internships I'm scheduled for in South Florida, so I'll probably be back there after school proper. Yep, 15 minutes in the books. End of the first. It's a 1st and 10 for Dallas just past midfield when we get back from the commercial break. What's been a pretty solid start to this one. Yeah, but even with that, because I started this in my first year of school back in 2024, and then I do go live with NFL games as well. I don't really like. I get out a good bit, but no, I don't do like parties. I don't go to parties or all that. I've never been that kind of person. So it's like, yeah, like I'm getting the college experience to an extent, but at the same time, like I've kind of just been preparing for afterwards since after my first semester, and I'm cool with it. Because it was one of those things where I always knew I wanted to like go into sports media to a degree. So I was like, yeah, I might as well just get the experience in on my own when I can, and then build off of it with the internships and all that. So that's been going good. I do want to go to more games in the fall though. It's just, finding the time and all that. With all the other stuff I want to do just on my own. Yeah, we'll see. I'll have stuff figured out. It's not going to be a heavy semester. Good. As we wait the start of the second quarter. It was supposed to be another announcement during yesterday's game. But I don't think we've been waiting for the announcement of where the championship game is going to be this year. I think everyone pretty much knows it's going to be in DC, but I haven't got anything yet. But yeah, the NFL draft stuff. As always, again, as for years past, I will be live for the NFL draft as well. I've actually been working on the stuff for the NFL draft. We'll be live with night 1. That'll be the standalone. Night 2 I'll be live with alongside the UFL game on that day. And then I might be live with a bit of night 3 or day 3. It depends on how long that runs compared to the UFL start time. Yeah, I always like going live with the draft. I might have some friends join me like in years past, but we'll see. I'll reach out to them for scheduling and then come in a week or so to iron out those details. As the draft is roughly a week and a half away. As we're just coming back from commercial break. First and 10 for Dallas. They've passed midfield. So punting isn't on the table anymore for them in this game, or in this drive. Imagine if that rule was the entire game. Which already the no punting past the 50 rule has definitely made things more entertaining and more interesting. Still getting used to it a bit, but it's been fun. Reed under center, back behind him, gonna hand this off up the middle once again, and gonna find room to about the 44s. Day Hunter once again on the carry. All right. Second and 6 coming up. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Man in motion, right to left. Second and 6 from the Columbus 44. Reed looking to throw, and there's going to be a stoppage. Penalty marker down. Stoppage right as the snap was. False start? Yeah, false start against Dallas. There will be a 2nd and 11 coming up. All right. Yeah. It's just false start's always a weird penalty to take. Some part of me gets why that happens, but still. Reed quick pass left side, going to be caught with space up past the 40 to about the 39 for Tyler Vaughns. First reception of the game for him after having a great first 2 weeks as well. He finally gets some action in this one, making it a 3rd and 1 for the Renegades. Yeah, just back foot and get it to your guy. Tyler Vaughns, alongside Austin Reed, has been the story of the UFL so far. Just 2 players that have an insane chemistry with each other. Reed handoff up the middle, and there's room for Hunter. Cutting out right side, the pass to 20, the 15, the 10, and going to be tripped up and out of bounds around the 8. But Day Hunter doing what he does best, with Deontay Burnett getting the key block down the field to make it 1st and goal for Dallas. Just too easy. Yeah, this Columbus run defense has a lot of work to go with them. Yeah, the up downs were not fun for practice. Handoff up the middle for Hunter once again, makes one man miss, fights his way inside the 5 and down to the 2. Yeah, when I was doing, because I played a few years of high school football. I feel like most football fans have done high school football at some point, or like a form of tackle football. For practice, it wasn't push-ups for us during practices. It was up downs, and yeah, not fun. Second and goal, Reed under center, back behind him, 2 receiving options to each side. Play action looking to throw, Reed with some time. Pass left, going to be high and incomplete. So third and goal coming up. Just under 12 minutes to go in the half. I mean, I would venture to say this is 4-down territory for Dallas. Though, from Louisville on Friday, I mean, taking the points is very important in a game that you have a feeling is going to be close down the stretch. Reed looking to throw in third and goal. Pass left side, wide open, Deontay Burnett. And the Renegades are a point away from tying this one up. Just too easy. Too easy of a pitch and catch. Absolutely too easy. And this Dallas offense just continues to be as efficient as always for the most part. Even with the false start and everything, they just know how to move the ball well. All right, so the extra point to tie this game up. With 11.5 to go in the first half. Kick is up, and it is good. Sneaks through the right upright. This game is tied. All right. So, honestly, solid so far. It's been solid so far. And we head to commercial break. I was not expecting this game to be tied at this point with how Columbus has played the past few weeks, but hey, they came out ready to play even with everything. Good for them. As we're at commercial break. Yeah, that's Austin Reed's 8th passing touchdown of the season. And and this game is pretty much just started for this offense. That was only the second drive. He is making a very strong case early for league MVP. But yeah, at commercial break. Yeah, there's not been a step lost for him at all. He has just been automatic. And even his one interception he had, which was last week, it wasn't like it was a terrible throw or anything. Like it was just a little bit off the mark. But for the most part, like he has been on target, he has been efficient. And this Dallas team has proven a good handful of people wrong for them not starting Luis Perez like most people, including myself, thought they were going to. But with all this as well, I would be shocked if Austin Reed does not find himself onto a training camp and preseason roster, and potentially onto an NFL 53-man roster in the fall. Like he's playing this well, a team is going to give him a chance, especially with how well he played in the preseason for Chicago in years past. He is going to be given an opportunity. Which just means that Dallas needs to capitalize on this year that they have. as we're just coming back from commercial break. Teams are lined up to send this one away. Kickoff going to be returned up past the 15 and brought down near the 20. It's a really good kick coverage there for Dallas. We'll see what Columbus can do offensively after missing the field goal in the last time out. I do like how ESPN tries to like really get in there for the sideline stuff by having a coach drawing the play and going over why that worked. But like it does feel like sometimes ESPN gets too in there with their sideline stuff for the UFL. As McClendon looks to throw and ball's gonna come loose. Columbus will recover at the 12. But that was instant pressure from Dallas to force the ball loose and nearly able to capitalize. DeMarcus Mitchell off that right side goes pretty much unblocked right to McClendon. Yeah, maybe he gets touched a little bit there by the right tackle, but for the most part, it was a free lane. And now it's 2nd and 17. McClendon in shotgun back to his left. Looking to throw once again. Has some time, passed over the middle, caught past the 20 to about the 23. All right. Is Alize Mack on the grab? Going to make it a more manageable 3rd down, but still 3rd and 7. And like some teams' offensive lines are just not quite all they should be. Like week 1 for DC, their offensive line was terrible, but the past 2 weeks they've changed up the offense a bit, and the O-line has been working a lot better. McClendon in shotgun, looking to throw in 3rd and 7. Pass left side is going to be caught. Can't break off one defender and going to be brought down to the 28. Jalen Moore on the grab. It will be a 4th and 2. And we'll see. Columbus, I'm assuming, is going to punt this one away. It's a good throw, good decision. Just can't quite sneak past that defender on that left side. As it was Sean Wade in coverage and barely getting that tackle and finishing it. Yep, Columbus will punt. 3 and out forced by this Dallas defense. All right, they'll end the play clock run a bit here. There we go. Punt comes off clean. And my ABC is starting to buffer. Hell yeah. Love it. Well, that put me back a bit too much there, trying to refresh it. All right, so Dallas is going to be starting from their own 28. Not sure if that was a fair catch or an actual return. Nonetheless, they start from the 28. Reed under center, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side, looking to throw. And some type of miscommunication was happening there. Reed just goes down and gets sacked for a loss of 4 or 5. Not sure if... Seemed like it was intended to be a screen of some kind. Maybe a handoff. But yeah, Ellis Merriweather seemingly goes the wrong way on the snap. And Dallas has to just keep it in and lose 5. All right, it's better than a turnover, but that was a botched play to say the least. Reed in shotgun, looking to throw in 2nd and 15. Quick pass over the middle is tipped at the line and incomplete. So not a great drive coming off of the forced 3 and out. Well, I'm through YouTube TV, which typically runs fine, but my internet up here at school is not the most stable at times. So that's a on my end thing, not ABC's stuff. Reed looking to throw in 3rd and 15. Has some time, gonna roll to his right to buy some more and just launch this one incomplete out of bounds. So now the Renegades go 3 and out, and they'll punt this one away. I will say, like, ESPN Plus and ESPN Unlimited and all that, I don't buy into that. I don't care for that enough. They don't have enough of what I want for me to worth it. So through what's it now? Going to be 3rd year of YouTube TV. I will say YouTube TV and YouTube Premium has been solid. But with that price, I mean, it's not great. We do it because of family plans, student discounts, and Sunday ticket. Punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 38 and brought down near the 42. Columbus will start from there. $7:14 to play in the half. And we head to a commercial break. All right. Definitely a more competitive game than I thought there was going to be so far. About a quarter and a half through it. Yeah. Well, Columbus's defense is going to force that special teams, it seems, to play their part. Which I definitely did not thought that going into this. I thought it was going to be, again, similar to what it was last week for Columbus's defense, or maybe even similar to what we saw yesterday between DC and Houston. And to be fair, probably could be close to that, as that if it wasn't for Dallas's offense making some small mistakes here and there, like the first play of that drive, the running back going the wrong way. But nonetheless, Columbus is going to take advantage of it as much as they can. Hopefully take advantage of it more than what they're able to in the first 2 weeks in the mistakes of the opponents. Which, yeah, those, especially week 1 for Columbus, that was a tough watch. Because they just had opportunity after opportunity to win that game, but just consistently blew it. Yep, still at commercial break. Alright, just getting back. We'll see what this Columbus offense can do here. Good starting field position. Can they capitalize? 7:14 to go in the half. As the broadcast is currently interviewing Ron Stone along the sideline here for Columbus. I will say the colors that the UFL use for their depth chart for this game have me more confused than it otherwise should be. As a Columbus is using their secondary of that navy blue, and Dallas has their light blue, but I'm so used to seeing Columbus and thinking of their light blue. McClendon looking to throw in 1st and 10, dump off right side, going to be caught with space up past midfield, down to about the 48 for Zaquandre White. Hello. I had Dallas winning this one. So it's been a better game than I thought it was going to be. And then I picked St. Louis for the second game today. McClendon looking to throw in 2nd and 1. Pass over the middle. It's caught up to the 35. Hey, Martin on the grab. Yeah, welcome on in. Yeah, Birmingham and St. Louis had me going back and forth with that one. I ended up with St. Louis in part because of just how good St. Louis is at home throughout the team's history. Like they've won 11 of 12 at home, dating back to last year. They've just been a really damn good team at home. It's even dating back 2 years. Tough for me to go against them when they're playing when they're playing at the Dome. Handoff up the middle, gonna be no gain on the play. Stood up at the line, Squandre White. Usually, like during the off seasons, it's like whatever is like gonna be next on the docket for the upcoming season, as well as I typically like to do video essays of like anything I find interesting about the history of sports, more so football. And then there's power rankings predictions covering the leagues, and then yeah, during the seasons, I go live with a ton of games. Pretty much every single UFL game I'm going live with this year, all but one. And then the NFL, I go live with about 5 games a week. McClellan quick pass right side, going to be incomplete, a little bit behind the intended target. 3rd and 10 coming up. Was looking for Cam McDonald on the reception. Hell yeah. Yeah, there was one video essay I was working on, or I wanted to work on before the UFL season started. I just couldn't get around to it, and I'm gonna adjust it to work for the season preview for that team, and then I'll probably just replace it with something else for the upcoming off season. I have YouTube TV, so I'm just watching this on ABC. McClellan in shotgun, back to his left, gonna get the snap off in time as he looks at throwing 3rd and 10. Pass left side, gonna be incomplete. Tight coverage there. Along that left side, looking for Kiki Chisholm. It's Sean Wade in coverage. And pretty damn good coverage at that. No penalty down, despite Columbus wanting one. It'll be a 4th and 10. Ball on roughly Dallas's 35. So it'll be another long field goal for Columbus. They missed from 50 yards earlier. Will they trust the kicker again here? Both sides wanted the penalty there. Yeah, the kick is up from 53 yards out, and it is good. So Columbus takes the 3-point lead with 4:26 to play in the half. All right, Ryan Coe. Missed from 50 earlier, hits from 53 now. Take it. All right, they're going to be pushing the draft for the next week or so. As yeah, speaking of former draft picks, they're on the list they're showing here of the 5. There are 2 Dolphins on there, even though only one of them was drafted by Miami. And geez, I hate that. Across the entire league, there's Dolphins aplenty. Cam Smith for Columbus. They also just signed Grant DuBois, who played briefly for Miami back in 2024. Taco Charlton of Dallas was on Miami briefly as well, I think for like a year. The thing with a timer, and I've thought about that, is it can be, especially with how my setup is right now, it can be tough for me to make sure they're synced properly. Because with how I have everything set up right now due to just space and other things, the laptop where the stream is at is off to the side, so making sure it's all synced is a bit of an issue. At some point in the future, I do want to have a timer. Just not sure when that'll be the case. As kickoff going to be returned up to about the 25. Yeah, I do definitely want a timer at some point, because even like with this scoreboard that I'm using, a timer would have looked a lot better with it than the stretched out text. But yeah, it's just in a weird spot with it. Yeah, that's definitely at some point in the next. I'm not gonna say a year, about 2 years maybe. Well, like, yeah, there will be one. And essentially, is once I'm done with school, there's more stuff I want to do with these streams. I will finally be able to start to implement. Yeah, but so again, I stream off of a laptop that's like a pretty old laptop, but it connects to the internet here well where I'm at. And then I watch the games off my main PC. So there's not really a proper way to do that. Read dump off right side, going to be just off the mark and incomplete for Day Hunter. Like, yeah, I would be able to do that, and that's probably exactly how I would do it in the future. It's just, again, I'm not. It's tough for me to implement that and do it and implement that consistently. Because like, yeah, like when I'm down south and have like my full proper setup, I could, but then when I'm up here, I wouldn't be able to. It just wouldn't look good. It wouldn't be consistent. All right, penalty marker down before the snap on 2nd and 10. Going to be a false start against Dallas. So 2nd and 15 coming up, just under 4 minutes to play in the half. Yeah. Again, I've had ideas that I've been badly wanting to implement for these. It's just I'm not in a location right now where I can do it and have it be done consistently to the level I want it to be. Yeah, I got time with all of it. Reed in shotgun back to his left, looking to throw in 2nd and 15, pass right side, caught for roughly 4. The other thing with the UFL is their clock system is different in the NFL, so being reminded of that consistently is going to would be tough. That was Greg Ward on the reception. So a 3rd and pretty long coming up, a 3rd and roughly 11. Yeah. Reed in shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. And a third, they're going to say a 3rd and 10. Reed looking to throw. Pressure coming, rolling left, buying some time. A shovel pass forward. Picks up 5 with Day Hunter, but not going to be enough for the first. So Dallas, back-to-back drives, going 3 and out for the first time this season. And they'll have to punt this one away once again. All right, they're going to have to get this punt off before the 2-minute warning. All right, punt comes off clean on 4th and 5. Going to be returned beginning from the 21. Spaced out past the 30, out past the 35, out of bounds around the 39. Solid return, gonna get us to the 2-minute warning. Ooh, that's a good question. I haven't really thought about that. Favorite current player in the UFL? I guess I'll probably say Austin Reed, as one of the refs' penalty markers got stuck in the sky cam. Sure. How high did he have to throw that? Toa was also up there in terms of like guys I like to watch. Akeem Butler as well for St. Louis. Holding against Columbus is the penalty. They're going to push him back 10 from I believe, the spot of the penalty. Yeah, I've never really thought about favorite UFL players. Because typically, like, after a year, they go on to the NFL. Then I just say, like, they're guys I've liked to watch in UFL that are in the league. Like, Jake Bates, 2 years ago, he was always someone I want. Whenever he stepped foot on the field, I got excited. Like, this year, I don't know. And part of it is a lot of just feeling out how all these teams play together, as there's a lot of different pieces from last year to this year. But yeah, That's simply the thing. I never like it's in the NFL. I technically have like a definitive favorite player, but even then in the NFL, it's more so just like a group of guys that I like to watch. Yeah, because after his week 1 game, I went back and rewatched some of those Bears preseason games, and dude, he was lighting it up for them. Which I'm like, at that time for Chicago, I'm not that surprised that I know he was a practice squad player and then kind of worked from there because in because what 2024 was Williams' rookie year, yeah. So he had Caleb Williams' rookie year, and then year before in 2023 is when Tyson Badgett had like that stretch of like some really solid plays. So like those were going to be the 1 and 2 on the roster. If I have my timelines correct, and yeah, and there's Birmingham arriving to St. Louis in that stadium. AJ McCarron. First time back in St. Louis in about 2 years. Now going to be coaching the opposition. That's going to be a fun game. I'm hoping that there's some time between this one and that one so I can get a second proper stream going for it. But if I have to do one long, I've done it before. It's whatever. It's the thing. Like I struggle with years, like specific years, quite a bit. Like I know ranges. I'll say 6-ish. It definitely could be better, but like again, a lot of it right now is I can't dive into like each game how I want to because of just having other responsibilities. McLennan dump off right side for Toa Tawa going to be a gain of about 2. Yeah, unless it's Miami related, specific years I tend to struggle with. McLennan in shotgun looking to throw in 2nd and 8. Pass left side is intercepted. Returned up and returned to the 15 and shoveled backward. And it's a pick 6 for Dallas. The heads up play to shovel it back. And the Renegades take the lead. All right. Gene Harris ends up being the one to find the end zone. I believe it was Stephen Jones who picks it off at first. And the Dallas Renegades take the lead off of the pick 6, their 2nd of the season. No, Sean Wade picks it off initially, and then heads up play to just pretty much hand that off to Gene Harris. So this channel was created around the pandemic. I did it for a few months, kind of was like, okay, I started this at the wrong time. I don't have interest in it. And then January 1st of 2024, I'm like, you know what? I want to be committed to this because one, I do like the idea of it being something. And 2, it is good practice for what I want to be, like what career I want to get into and what business. So pretty much since 2024 is when this channel specifically has been going. Yeah, so this is the 3rd year with the UFL. Also, part of it is the UFL started in 2024. Really encouraged me to be like, just hop on that. It's a new league. Technically, it's it's a new league. People are gonna be like interested enough into it and trying to get into it to where you can grow from there. And that was exactly the case. And then from there, it's like, yeah, if I'm doing the UFL, might as well do the NFL as well. Because again, I was going to be watching all those games anyway. Just go live with it and keep getting practice and keep trying to get better with it. And a minute 22 to go in the half. Kickoff underway. Return beginning from the 8. Space up past the 20, up past the 25, past the 30, Past the 35 and spinning his way with space. Past midfield. Past the 40 and tripped up around the 40. Ball does come loose, but he's down by contact beforehand. A great return for Columbus. Going to be able to mediate, going to be able to negate some of the damage done by the pick six. That's a great return for Zaquandre White. Oh no, that ball did come loose before he went down. I'm pretty sure it goes out of bounds before anyone has a clean recovery of it, yeah. So 1st and 10 Columbus. Are they going to give them the yards off the fumble as well? Nah, back to the 41. McClellan in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Going to look to throw. Has some time, dump off over the middle, caught by Kiki Chisholm with space, up to about the Dallas 30. So gain of roughly 11, a minute to play and a half, and they go quick. I just realized for Dallas's logo, they don't have a backdrop compared to Columbus's on the ESPN scoreboard. Why? Okay. McClellan in shotgun, looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pressure coming and sacked back at the 39. Pretty quick pressure there. As it was Kevin Strong into the backfield, one of 2 Renegades to meet Jalen McClellan. Yeah. Special teams putting in work. That is a great bull rush by Kevin Strong up front. And I believe, yeah, Columbus calls their final timeout with 44 seconds to play in the half. Oh yeah, I'm kind of jealous went to that game. That was a great one. The before stream, there's like a 3-minute like intro video that I have, and the Jack Jones interception is a part of that because that was like the only Dolphins highlight I wanted to put into that because like man, Miami last year was rough. Man, that was a fun game. Well, fun game. It was a 13-13 game majority of it. Like that was a good win for Miami. It built off something for that, as week before is when they beat Buffalo. So like I was cool with it. It gave that season something to be able to look back on now and be like, yeah, that was fun. But I'm excited for next year and kind of just a clean slate the Dolphins have. McClellan in shotgun, looking to throw in 2nd and 18. Dump off right side for the halfback screen. Yeah, I love my internet. And he's gonna get about 2 or 3. There we go. John Lovin under reception. Like I'm connected to Ethernet, man. Come on. All right, 3rd and 15 coming up. You had to get about 3 on that. Yeah, Dallas has built this team really well. It's like they knew what identity they wanted to have as a team, and they just said, we're gonna build exactly that. Try and stop us, and no one has really been able to. So going back to that Spain game, it does suck that Jack Jones signed with San Fran, but at the same time, good for him. Get that work elsewhere. Dump off left side for John Lovett, going to have space up past the 30 to about the 25 or so, I believe, if I have the field markings right. Either way, not enough for the first. It'll be a 4th and roughly 5. We'll see what Columbus decides to do here. Dallas does get ball to begin the second half. 38 seconds to go in the first half. Fourth and 3, and the offense is on the field. All right, not taking the points in a game like this is definitely something. It's ball on the Dallas 23. McClellan, play action, looking to throw. Rolling right, buying time, pump faking, pass is incomplete. There is a penalty down. Even like, just take the points. We saw from Louisville, like the points matter. It's initially showing Holden. is holding against Columbus. That will be declined. They turn it over on downs with 33 seconds to go in the half. Just take the points. Like, yes, the way that Orlando-Louisville game ended on Friday night was not great. But it got to that point because Louisville didn't take the points in earlier parts of the game. Just take the points. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll be live for the Birmingham St. Louis game. My only question with it is if it's gonna be just on this same stream or a separate one. Read quick pass right side, gonna be a gain of about 5 or so. Because I have a Birmingham St. Louis stream set up. It's just unlisted in case I have time to be able to go straight to that one. As Dallas calls their first time out. But like in years past, when it's been like a noon and then a noon kick and a 3 o'clock kick, I've just done one long 6-hour stream. I might do that again if I need to. I have the stuff to get through it. All right, 2nd and 5. Dallas calls their first time out. Second and 5 coming up. Read in shotgun. Well, I'm trying to figure out what's their target line to get here for field goal. As there's movement up front before the snap, gonna be a false start against Dallas. All right, that might just get him to halftime now at this point. 2nd and 10 coming up. All right, 2nd and 10. Read in shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on their own 23. Reed gonna look to throw. Pressure coming, stepping up, has time, pass deep over the middle is just off the mark for an open Deontay Burnett. Oh, that's a tough miss. That gets you past midfield and definitely in the field goal range. Yeah, they both know it. That's one they want back. All right, 3rd and 10. That's when you have to connect on. It's easier said than done, but man. Reed in shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Man in motion right to left. Going to hand this off right side for Merriweather. And that's going to be no gain on the play. Up to the line of scrimmage. And this clock will run. And get us to halftime. So Dallas gets ball to begin the second half. They lead by 4 after what has been a solid first half of action from both sides. We'll see what they can do in the second half. Again, Columbus has kept this game closer than I thought they were going to be able to. It has been a closer game than it probably should be. But oh well. Alright. And yeah, since we're just getting to the half, I will also quickly be right back. All right, halftime underway. As it's shaping up, this game should be ending like a few minutes before the next game begins, which would be perfect. But also, this game being as close as it is, as close as it is, the final like 5 minutes of the game could be interesting. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. Yo, what's up, T-Fox? How you doing? How you doing? Are you just waking up, or? And I know it's earlier over for you. Damn. Nice. Yeah, I had breakfast before this, but won't be eating again until after both games. The joys of a back-to-back. Nice. Have you figured out kind of what the exact schedule is gonna be? And like, have you figured out like the places you want to see at this point? I imagine so, because you're gonna be in the area that soon. Hey, the Rainforest Cafe is not that bad. It's not that bad. There are definitely worse places you can eat in Orlando than the Rainforest Cafe. Now I also haven't been there in a long while, but it's not that bad. But yeah. Again, you're going where you're gonna be is like prime. I won't say tourist area, but it kind of is. So there's gonna be plenty of places to eat and all that, even if you have to go to the Rainforest Cafe for one night. Ah, yeah. That sucks. Damn, only we're only able to muster one chaperone for that. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, yeah. Obviously, the coach is going to be there with it, but yeah. Oh, yeah, ABC and ESPN doing all these Super Bowl story commercials as they're getting into Super Bowl this year. This is a good one, though. 07. No, that's Ahmad Bradshaw. This is 2011 Super Bowl. Right? Yeah. Still a good one. Yeah, both of those Giants Patriots Super Bowls are fun. They're going to be a lot more competitive this year because they're going to be healthy again. Like they get the long off season worth of rest and they're going to be ready to go for week 1. And plus they have a good draft pick this year. What, they're at 10? Yeah, it's like the Chiefs are going to be competitive again this year. The question is just who in that division is going to try and get in their way. The Chargers are going to be interesting in the team this year with the new offense. And the Broncos, one with Bo Nix's injury, when will he be back? And 2, they won 14 games last year. They're not going to do that again. Just realistically, they're going to lose a few more games this year. But are they going to lose enough games to where they can still get past the Chiefs easily? Yeah, and Kenneth Walker being at that offense, it's going to be it's going to be a very, very interesting season for the AFC West, and I'm excited for it. The AFC West is going to be an interesting division this year, even with the Raiders, because who knows with the Raiders. And then I think the AFC West is going to be the division to watch in the AFC, and then the NFC South. I think the NFC South is legit in anybody's game. All 4 teams, I would not be surprised if they win that division this year. That's going to be a tough division to win for some team. All right, we're still at halftime. At halftime. How do you find some of the shit that you find, dude? You're I feel like your socials like For You page is up there with Punkle's as just being a how in the world is this what gets recommended for you? All right, second half on the way here soon. That's one way to put it. We'll see how the second half plays out. Dallas gets ball to begin the second half. We shall see. Yeah, we're in that part of the NFL offseason where not a lot's happening. Unless the UFL is in store. Yeah, so Dallas took the lead before the end of the first half off the pick six. Though they have not been. Though Columbus has been the better team in a weird way. A little bit over 40 more yards total of offense. About 7 more minutes of time of possession. Columbus has been playing well, yet still find themselves down. In part because of them just simply not being able to take advantage of certain situations that they've had. I mean, you have a 3-point lead with a chance to extend that before the end of the half, and you end up throwing a pick six, and then on the very next drive, you get down to inside the 25 and turn it over on downs. Yeah. Yeah, it's in like a week and a half. It's a week from Thursday. It's on the 23rd. No, that. Yeah, but the NFL draft is going to be interesting. There's a few like question marks sprinkled surrounding it, but for the most part, yeah, it's something that we'll see. Also, I assume what you sent me, T Fox, is like the meals you're free with. Yeah, so you have plenty of options then to fill in all those. All right, teams taking the field. I mean, Dallas, even with Columbus somewhat being the better team through one half of play, Dallas is in a great spot here to get a 2-possession lead and put that pressure on Columbus early. All right, kickoff underway in the second half. Going to be returned beginning from the 10. Bit of a muff there. Has pace past the 25 and brought down near the 27. That's the second muffed return that Dallas has had in this one. Not great. At first and 10, Reed in shotgun back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side, tight end in motion right to left. Ball on their own 27. Reed, play action looking to throw, has time, pass left side, caught wide open with space. Up past the 40, the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, Deontay Burnett to the 7. There is a penalty down though. We'll see what this is, as there was an Aviator defender on the ground by the time that ball arrived. It's offensive pass interference against Dallas. That's a tough one. I assume they're saying it was a pick. Yeah. Yeah, that's that's a borderline a pick there. He just shoves him to the ground at the top of his route. That's gonna be called. So first and 20 for Dallas. That's a tough way for that drive to start. You thought you had like a 60+ yard gain, and then it goes back. Reed under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right, gonna play action and look to throw. Reed with some time, stepping up, pass left side, gonna be caught. Enough for the first gain of about 20, maybe 21. That is Emmanuel Butler on the reception. All right. Welcome back. It's 1st and 10 for Dallas after the gain of 20 on 1st and 20, which was caused by an offensive pass interference penalty. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Play action looking to throw. Pressure coming. Reed stepping up and going to be brought down at about the line of scrimmage. All right. So 2nd and roughly 10 coming up. Nice. Hopefully it'll pan out. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receivers to each side looking to throw. Stepping up, pass over the middle is caught with space. Pass midfield and down to the Columbus 45. Seth Green on the grab. Oh no, that was Baylor Cup on the grab. That too looked a lot like a 7 with how his jersey was rolled up. All right, Baylor Cup for the gain of 15-ish. Reed now going to hand this off up the middle, and that is going to be gain of about 5 or so. AJ Hunter on the carry. Yeah. That's fair. Like, this is also a Dallas team that's just, it's just a lot easier and a lot better to watch than the Cowboys. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the left as well. Going to look to throw once again. Reed pass left side, caught with space. Deontay Burnett trying to find that room to get about 2, maybe 3, as there was a defender there that he couldn't quite shake. So a 3rd and short coming up. Third and 3. Yeah. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw once again. Reed pass right side, dropped. Would have been just shy of the first, I think, because Deontay Burnett was the intended target. But still, a 4th and inches is easier to convert than a 4th and 3. Hey, you get the matchups you want there. It being man coverage as well. Just can't come down with it. So big 4th and 3, offense on the field. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. Receiver in the backfield to his left. They need the 36-yard line. Reed looking to throw. Quick pass right side, open with space. Day Hunter inside the 30. Makes one man miss. Breaks off a 2nd tackle. Gets inside the 25 and down to about the 24. Yeah. That was it was Houston yesterday that had a very similar play design that they couldn't execute to that like that because they didn't just back foot throw like Reed did there. That's all you have to do. You see you have the advantage going outside with speed. Just back foot, get it out there. Let your playmakers make the plays. Reed under center, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the Columbus 24. Reed gonna hand this off right side for Hunter and gonna lose about a yard or so based off forward progress. But Columbus's run defense. At parts of this game, they've been able to step up a bit. So 2nd and 11. Still the opening drive of the half. Dallas is killing a lot of time with this. 9:35 to play in the 3rd. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left, looking to throw in 2nd and 11. Has some time, stepping up, now trying to roll left, but tripped up and sacked. Back at the 30. That's a tough one there. 3rd and long coming up. And now there's a penalty. Oh, what's this? Hold on. Defensive holding against Columbus. 5 yards, automatic first. That's a tough break for the Aviators. You get that 3rd and long forced, only for it to just not matter. Oh yeah, but he does at the same time he does damn near tackle the tight end there. Oh, it's not automatic first? I was saying 2nd and 6. Okay. Reed in shotgun back to his left. Gonna take it himself left side on the read option, and there's space for about 3. Gets hit a bit up high there. No penalties though. Okay. I feel like in the NFL that's called. I think Columbus wants a penalty for the after the play stuff. But yeah, if the initial hit's not getting called, I don't need the after stuff to get called either. I mean, yeah, he leads with the elbow, hits him in the shoulder, makes contact at roughly the same time as he goes for the slide. Yeah. Reed looking to throw in 2nd and 7. Pressure coming quick. Pass over the middle, wide open, but dropped. Baylor Cup would have had a walk-in 6. If that was just either a slightly better throw or if he was able to come down with that. Yeah. I get thinking it should have been, but I also do like the league having a bit of leeway with it. Because it has gotten ridiculous in the NFL with the amount of penalties on stuff like that. Reed quick pass right side, going to be caught inside the 10 and down to the 5 for Curtis Hodges. 1st and goal coming up for Dallas. Yeah. I played quarterback. I'm going to be on the offensive side as well more often than not. But I'm still realistic about it. I don't want to see every time a quarterback gets hit, even slightly up high, it's a penalty. Now, if he hit him in the head, I would have been all for it. But he hit him in the shoulder. I'm cool with that. Not being called. Reed in shotgun back to his left. Gonna hand this off up the middle for Day Hunter. And fighting his way, stood up at the 1. 2nd and goal coming up. 7 minutes to play in the 3rd. They have used a lot of time on this opening drive. It's been beautiful. This is now an over 8-minute long drive to begin the 2nd half. All right, Reed under center, back behind him. Going to try and QB sneak on 2nd and goal. And he's not going to get it, it seems. I like the idea. But yeah, it's not going to quite work in this. Wait, did that one ref just say touchdown? Yeah, it's 3rd and goal. They're going to mark him at probably like the inch mark. Yeah, he got about half a yard, maybe a little bit more. Still just not quite enough. Yeah, no, he's short. So Reed back under center. Man in motion left to right. Toss left side for Day Hunter. And he walks it in with ease. They extend the lead out of halftime. Now up by 10, soon to be 11. Too easy. A great play design as well. You get that lateral motion, fake to jet sweep. Yeah, and then it just leaves Day Hunter and a blocking receiver against one defender. You'll take those numbers any day. We've seen a lot of good play designs this week. DC had a beautiful play design at the end of the 1st half last week. That one there from Dallas. As that was an over 9-minute drive to begin the 2nd half. That's just a beautiful drive. And it's going to result in an 11-point Dallas lead as the extra point is up and good. That is I love drives like that. Just these slowly working it down type of drives. It's beautiful. Like, yeah, why not just kill over 9 minutes of clock like that to begin a half and put even more pressure on the opposing offense? As we're at commercial break. All right, at commercial break. Yeah, a lot of the camera stuff for the league have been fun. And yeah, we've seen the weather end up being not great towards the end of games aplenty. This week alone, it was a downpour in Louisville on Friday. In DC, it started to rain a bit, but not to that degree. Yeah, the weather has played in Birmingham, Houston last week. It started to downpour in the second half. And it's just the nature of spring football. And then playing football in April, the month of the rain, it seems. All right, so that commercial break. We'll see this Columbus offense for the first time finally in this half. As we're just getting back and they're interviewing the offensive line. Honestly, I do love that they interview, like, the offensive line gets some love after a drive like that. I want to listen into this. I love the mentality from that offensive line. Just simply, hey, there's still 20 minutes to go. Ain't time for games just yet. It's great. Dallas's O-line and St. Louis's offensive line, at least from last year. I guess now it would be Orlando's because now Mark Colombo's over there. Those offensive lines, man, they're fun to watch. As this kickoff is going to land just shy of the landing zone. So Columbus will begin this drive from the 40. It's great. Like, yeah, right after the touchdown, you do the little celebration. But as soon as you get back on that sideline, it's just back to business. And that was one thing with St. Louis's offensive line last year, and now Orlando's has the O-line coach has moved with Anthony Beck, where you hear them talking on the sideline, and it gets you ready to run. It gets you ready to run through a wall and gets you energized. It's great. All right, McClellan in shotgun back to his right, two receiving options to each side. Going to look to throw in 1st and 10. Pressure coming quick. Pass right side off the mark and incomplete. Hey Hunter, the intended target. All right. Yeah, I think he was expecting Tay Martin to continue running that route a bit. All right, 2nd and 10. McClellan under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. And since that opening drive, this offense has not been able to do a whole lot. Handoff up the middle for Zaquandre White. Breaks off one tackle and trying to bounce it out left side. And still trying to find space. And just keep going backwards and be brought down near the 30. A loss of roughly 10 for this Columbus offense. As Quinterio Cole was into the backfield eventually on that play. I mean, at that point, just go down sooner. And instead trying to do a bit too much with it and trying to create too much magic. I'm not surprised by that. And also, like, this stadium is still in the process of getting renovated, so it's not able to be completely full. But I do agree that this stadium should be more filled than what it is currently for a team this good. As there is a penalty marker down. Well, hopefully, as the weeks keep going and this team is we're getting towards the playoff hunts, hopefully more fans start to show up. But at the same time, like after this week, they have 2 more home games. So there's not going to be a lot of chances for the fans to show up, and that kind of sucks. Now, Dallas is also one of those teams that I don't see relocating massively ever, as Columbus calls their first time out. They're going to be safe in this area. But yeah, it's just I feel like this is one of those stadiums that should be more filled. Same thing with Orlando, but we'll see Orlando and how they fill that up in 2 weeks' time. Yeah, well, that's due to the renovations, is why that entire side's blocked off. Which, again, not a great look, but I understand it. So at this point with the renovations, this stadium is more so being judged based off of percentage of available seats. Which I want to say in week 1, it was like in terms of tickets sold, they filled it up okay. It sold a good chunk of the tickets, but actually actually in the stands, it's not great. Yeah, I get that. Like at the same time, like for as much as I liked Choctaw Stadium, I get why they didn't want to keep playing there. It wasn't viable for the league. So FC Dallas, the Toyota Stadium was like the next best bet. It's just now again, now you pretty much have to recapture a fan base, which is it's gonna be a ride, but it's one that I think if the league keeps with it and Dallas continues to be a good team, it wouldn't be that long of a journey for it. Yeah. I don't know. A lot of with the locations for the league, it feels good. It's just, how are they gonna be able to capitalize off of it? Because like Louisville and Columbus, their home openers filled up pretty well. DC's yesterday was always gonna be good with how the nature of DC is. When OKC comes around, I'm gonna be very curious about that. The good thing with OKC is they're gonna have 2 years to market to OKC about a team is coming and be prepared. With a lot of this year's teams, we didn't find out where they're going to be playing or what cities they're going to be in until a few months before the season started. So with a few years in advance for OKC, I think that's going to be a good market for them. And then again, like as long as they just keep these 8 teams into next year, I think that's also going to help with attendance. But it's do they have that much patience? McLennan in shotgun, looking to throw in 3rd and 19. Pressure coming, pass left side, gonna be intercepted again. Space past the 40, trying to find more space to return this. Up past the 35 and brought down near the 32. Hid while throwing that one, and it's Ray Fullen with the interception, and Dallas is just taking over this one in the second half. McClellan didn't even seem fully ready for the snap there. Yeah, off that right side, good penetration, hit while throwing it, and that's a duck over the middle that's going to be picked off 9 times out of 10. And then a pretty solid return afterwards. Yeah, I'm hoping that there could be a rivalry built there between OKC and one of the Texas teams. In the same way that, like, when Michigan returns, there's a rivalry in place there between Michigan and Columbus because of the same reason OKC and one of the Texas teams. It's just, to what degree is it going to look like in a professional setting? Reed in shotgun, looking to throw in 1st and 10. Quick pass left side, going to be caught with space to about the 25 for Tyler Vaughns. Only his second grab of the game, and I will give Columbus this credit. They're doing a good job in making sure that Tyler Vaughns does not take over this game the same way he has the last 2 weeks. So a 2nd and 3 coming up. I was thinking a good way, if you want to really get fans in OKC to show up for the first game, make it a home game, the first game in franchise history, home game against Dallas. Simple as that. Instantly try and target that rivalry and hopefully be able to take advantage of it. Same way with Michigan when they eventually come back. First game back, home game against Columbus. That should be a no-brainer. Reed under center, back behind him. Play action looking to throw in 2nd and 3. Pressure coming, deep shot, left side for the end zone. Incomplete with the penalty. Looking for Tyler Vaughns, nearly a great one-hand grab. Instead, it'll just be a DPI against Columbus, against Aiden Sayin. That was 13. O'Donnell Fortune's guy again, the interception against, or the DPI. Yep, DPI against O'Donnell Fortune. Where is it gonna put Dallas at? As yeah, he is full on grabbing that right arm like there's no tomorrow. That's clear. Grabbing that shoulder, grabbing that arm, that's gonna be a DPI every day of the week. So 1st and goal from the 5. Reed under center, back and fullback behind him. Play action looking to throw. Reed with time, trying to buy some more, pass back out the back of the end zone, incomplete. There is a penalty in the end zone though. Was it Columbus is getting pressure onto Dallas more than other teams have had this season so far. Like they're actually getting to the backfield and making Austin Reed look uncomfortable. It's a face mask against Columbus. Will we have the distance to the goal? 3:10 to play in the 3rd. First and goal once again. Yeah, both teams pretty high penalty numbers in this game. Yeah, so 1st and goal from the 2. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Play clock winding down. Get the snap off in time. Reed looking to throw. Pass right side. Somehow, that sneaks through and is caught for 6. Emmanuel Butler on the absolute pinpoint throw from Austin Reed extends this lead. How does that get through? What? There's one throw a week from Austin Reed. That just leaves me in awe. Because that is really good coverage. on that right side. Somehow that gets through. That is a pinpoint throw. DJ Miller had no chance at that, despite being directly in the passing lane. Extra point is up, and it is good. 18-point lead for Dallas. Still technically 2 possessions, but we've only had 1 3-point conversion attempt be successful this year so far. I mean, that was pretty much handed to Emmanuel Butler. That's more so a great throw from Austin Reed than anything. There's not a lot of quarterbacks that would try to fit that in there, and even less that would be successful at it. Yeah, I need to hear him talk about this, as they're going to be interviewing him along the sideline after that. But they capitalize off the interception. That is a great throw. All right, so teams lined up for the kickoff. Send this one down. Going to be returned. End up out the back of the end zone for a touchback to begin from the 40. No, they're not going to Austin Reed. Okay. All good. Yeah, 9 touchdown passes in 3 games. He is on another level. With only 1 interception a part of that. He is on some 2020 Aaron Rodgers type of numbers here. Like, he's having a hell of a start to the year. All right, 1st and 10 for Columbus. How do they shake off the interception on their first drive of the second half? McClellan in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Man in motion, left to right. McClellan gonna look to throw. Has some time, pass right side, caught with space for Tay Martin. Up past midfield and brought down near the Dallas 47. All right, not bad. They do not, there's no, I reference a 2-minute warning here, but that's not, no, we're in the 3rd quarter. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left, looking to throw in 1st and 10 once again. Has time, pass over the middle, it's caught for the first, up to the 35. Solid throw in near to Kiki Chisholm. A minute 50 to go in the quarter. McClellan in shotgun, 3 receiving options to the left, 2 to the right. Ball on the Dallas 35. McClellan looking to throw once again, stepping up, trying to buy some time. Well, now will take it himself, up past the 30 and brought down near the 27. Solid. Yeah, I like how they're like, okay, you threw a pretty bad you threw a pretty bad pick. We're still going to trust you, put the ball in your hands to get us back into this game a little bit. McClellan under center, going to hand this off up the middle. Now bouncing out right side will be enough for the first on the gain of about 4 for John Lovett. About a minute to play in the 3rd quarter. As there's now a Dallas player still to get up afterwards as well. It's Eugene Harris. You had the second half of the pick 6 earlier in this one. He was the guy who got the lateral afterwards. First and 10 coming up. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on the Dallas 24. A minute to play in the third as the clock will begin to run. Dallas might be offsides here on that right side. McClendon looking to throw. Quick pass left side. Going to be caught with space and blockers. Inside the 20, the 15, the 10. Fighting his way inside the 5. And still fighting down to the 2. Antoine Wells on the grab. And good run after the catch as well. First and goal for Columbus. Yeah, good blocking on that outside as well. Could have been a tiny bit better, but you'll still take that. Plus also the effort afterwards. McClendon handoff up the middle for John Lovett, and he is in. They cut into this deficit, making it 12 points now. And we'll see what they decide to do on the conversion attempt with 26 seconds to play in the third. Hey, that was a drive Columbus needed. They have not been able to do a lot offensively, really since the opening drive of the game. Took them some time, but eventually they're back in the end zone. So what's the decision here? Do you try and make it a one-score game? Because even if you just anything else besides the 3-point try here, it's just gonna keep it a 2-score game, and they're gonna go for the extra point. All right, keeping it simple. So the extra point to make this an 11-point game is up, and it is good. All right, 26 seconds to play in the third. Solid drive from Columbus. Off the interception as well. That's when it needed. So 26 seconds to go in the third. As the teams are lining up for the kickoff. Again, Columbus has been fighting in this game more than I thought they were going to be able to. The main question would just now be, can their defense put up a bit of a fight in this half? We shall see. Kickoff underway. Going to land well before the landing zone. So Dallas will start from the 40. Really good starting field position coming up for Dallas. All right, good opportunity coming up here. $26 seconds, pretty much one play here for Dallas before the end of the third quarter. What can they do with it? Reed in shotgun. Back behind him, play action looking to throw. Rolling left, buying some time. Pass left side is incomplete. Dangerous throw. Deontay Burnett, the intended target. That was nearly picked. Yeah, that was a dangerous one. Going cross body as well. I don't love that decision. I get it to a degree. Yeah, that's not the throw to make there. No one's open, just throw it away or try to take it yourself. But that will get us to the end of the third quarter. 15 minutes remain. Dallas leads by 11. Can they close it out, or will Columbus complete the comeback and get their first win on the year? Time will tell. Again, for this being a down game for Austin Reed, he's still playing fine. You'll still take the kind of performance. I mean, you're still up by 11 at this point. You're still feeling really good. We have at commercial break for the end of the third. At commercial break. Yeah. And then, yeah, week 4 has a Thursday and Friday game, which gonna be a bit annoying for a Thursday night game, but oh well, I'll be live with it. It's on NFL Network, might as well. Which, yeah, that's gonna be the second NFL Network game, with the first one also being a Houston home game. But yep, at commercial break, waiting for the start of the fourth. I expect I expect this to be a decent finish and hopefully a good lead-in to Birmingham St. Louis. But yep, at commercial break still. We shall see. It'll be 2nd and 10 for Dallas when we get back from commercial break. I have seen more Marco's Pizza commercials in the past 2 days than I've seen in my entire life. Why all of a sudden they're getting a huge marketing push? All right, 2nd and 10, just coming back from commercial break. First play of the fourth quarter. As we're talking things over with McClellan on the sideline before this play. I see 15-minute quarter. Yeah, we'll see. Might just have to keep it with this one. It's fine. Second and 10. Keeping a shot on Todd Haley there. There we go. Reed in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Man in motion left to right. Ball in their own 40. Play clock winding down to get the snap off as Reed looks to throw. Dump off right side for Day Hunter. Gonna be dropped. Incomplete. 3rd and 10 coming up. Columbus has a chance here. Get the stop on 3rd down. Force that punt. Be able to go from there with things. All right, 3rd and 10. Reed under center, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Play clock winding down. They get the snap off in time. Play action looking to throw. Reed has some time. Pass over the middle is caught. Trying to find some space. Going to be brought down around the 49. Just not enough for the first for Curtis Hodges. But it does put them in an interesting situation. Up by 11, a 4th and about a yard. As the rain is coming down in Dallas now. Do you maybe just try to get Columbus to jump before punting it away? Yeah, it's pouring. The offense on the field and a timeout going to be called by Columbus. For being down by 11, they're not being safe with these timeouts. Make sure to have them later. Only 1 timeout remaining with 13:51 to play in the game. But this very well might come back to bite them. All right, 4th and 1. Yeah, it's a waste of a timeout. But at the same time, again, Dallas was lined up to go for it, and now you force them to punt this one away by making them double think this. So it's a waste, yeah, but it gets what they wanted out of it, which is to get the ball back. But still, like, it's down by you still need these timeouts for late in the game, so it's going to be interesting how that will adjust things. Put your offense in a bit more pressure on this upcoming drive. Punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 12. Base to about the 15 and brought down right around there. So only a 3-yard return. Columbus will start backed up in their own territory. So down by 11 with only one timeout. You're pretty much in a gotta have it drive here. You don't really have much room for error anymore. And with the weather coming down like it is, this is where you would want the ground game to be a factor, which it hasn't really been able to be today so far, despite how good it has been this season. Yeah. Yeah, great pun. McClellan in shotgun, back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side, looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pass left side, going to be caught for the first, a gain of 11. All right, Kiki Chisholm on the grab. Not bad. First and 10 coming up. Yeah. Yeah, the special teams rankings are going to be interesting because you don't have a lot of punts in this league. Something I never really considered. McClellan quick pass right side, going to be caught with some blockers to get about 1 yard. Hey Martin on the catch there, saying it was a missed face mask. Honestly, with where this game is at, if he's really confident that there was a face mask grab there, do you throw the challenge? Doesn't seem like they're going to, but that's definitely something I would have considered. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right, 3 receiving options to the left. Handoff up the middle, and there's space for Toa Taua past the 30 to about the 33. Hell of a carry there. 3rd and 3 coming up. McClellan under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Play action looking to throw. McClellan with time. Going to try and step up and take it himself, but only gets 1 yard, if that. He saw a rushing lane, but it closed a bit too quickly for him. And now a choice to make for Columbus. Just past the 12-minute mark of this game. Yeah. But Dallas's offense has been held at a standstill for good parts of this game. Part of it is Tyler Vaughns has not been getting involved like he has been weeks prior. McClellan in shotgun, back to his left. Play clock winding down. They're not going to get that snap off in time. Yeah, delay of game against Columbus. That might force their hand. So with that delay of game, it is going to force the punt from Columbus. And a feeling like gotta have a drive is going to come down to, it's going to pretty much stall out instantly. Yeah, and that's been the thing with Columbus all year, is they make so many mental errors that they should be they should have beat Orlando. The last week should have been closer. This week they've had chances, but just bad mistakes. Punt comes off clean, returned beginning from the 15. Space out past the, almost got past the 20, but can be brought down shortly thereafter the return began at roughly the 18 with a penalty marker down. See what the penalty is here. Refs are discussing something. Oh, what are they saying? It's a block in the back against Columbus. Half the distance to the goal. Blocking it back against Dallas. There, not Columbus. Blocking it back against Dallas. So they're going to start well backed up in their own territory here. So used to Columbus being a team getting punts in this game. That'll bring us to a commercial break as well. So we're at commercial break. All right, we'll see what Dallas's offense can do backed up deep in their own territory. If they just have a decent drive, that pretty much puts the game on ice. A decent drive gets a field goal out of it. Obviously, you don't need the exact same drive you had to begin this half, but like 7-minute drive gets a field goal, maybe even a 4-point field goal. Like that puts instant pressure back on Columbus. With one timeout and not a lot of time to play, it sets up Dallas well to close this out. But you definitely want to get at least a few first downs here. Yep, at commercial break. At commercial break. Should be coming out of it here soon. At commercial break. Yeah, so with the return ending around the return ended around the 16, no, the 18. This will push them back to roughly the 9. So they're gonna be inside their own 10 no matter what on this drive. So not a great look. Not a great start. Yeah, so starting from their own 10, basically. Reed and shotgun back to his right, 2 receiving options to each side. First and 10. Play action, quick pass, right side, caught with space by Tyler Vaughns. That's enough for the first, a gain of 12. All right. And especially on this potential game-sealing drive, getting Tyler Vaughns involved is what's going to help this team out the most. Him and Austin Reed have had that connection. They've been the 2 main cogs in this offense. Get them going and just simply kill time. Reed and shotgun back to his left. 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on their own 21. Reed play action, looking to throw. Quick pass left side. There's Vons again. And it's a gain of 8. Back-to-back plays to Tyler Vons and back-to-back solid chunks. Yeah, the wet field caused him to slip. He had tons of room. But again, you'll still take the gain of 8 and build off of it. Also, if they kill enough time here, there will be a good window between games. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. Handoff up the middle, going to be enough for the first and more. Ellis Merriweather past the 35 and down to the 39. Pickup of roughly 10. They're getting good chunks of yards on each of these plays for this drive so far. Just building well. Can they keep it up? Nine and a half to go in the game. They've already killed about 2.5 minutes of clock. Reed in shotgun, back to his right. Going to hand this off up the middle. And once again, there's space. Gain of roughly 5 or 6. And once again, it is Ellis Merriweather. Yeah, they're starting to get those good rushing lanes. Getting those good passing lanes. They're starting to look like the Dallas of last week and 2 weeks ago a bit. Not to say that it's been a pretty slow offensive day, but it's still an offensive game that most teams wish they had. Reed under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the left. 2nd and 4 from their own 45. Play clock winding down to get the snap off in time. Handoff left side for Merriweather. Cuts back in. Gonna get a few out of it. Gain of roughly 2. Creates something out of the initial nothing. And clock continues to run. 3rd and 2 coming up. 8.5 to go in the game. Yeah, they're going to be able to kill a ton of time with this. Third and 2. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Play clock winding down. And there will be a timeout called right before the play clock expired. Dallas will call their first. Yeah, they're building something here. 3rd and 2, though. Third and 2 coming up. $8:05 to play in the game. Yeah, to get the first here, they can kill about another 2 minutes of clock. Each first down they get, the chance of Columbus coming back is less and less. Reed in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. They're going soft coverage on that right side. Tight end in motion, right to left. Yeah, Reed looking to throw. Pressure coming, pass left side. Gonna be caught by Tyler Vons. Oh, now they're saying incomplete. Hit the ground. I'm not sure about that. Reed is saying to challenge a potential hold in there. Did that? I am also not sure if okay, there's the second movement. Initially, it looked like it definitely was caught, but no, it was a tiny bit of movement towards the end there. As he pops up after hitting the ground, you can see the ball move ever so slightly towards inside a bit. But Dallas is going to challenge something. All right, so Dallas throws the challenge flag. They're first going to review this in the replay booth before telling Dallas what they can challenge here. So what I could see is Blandino rules this incomplete after the replay review, and then Dallas potentially challenges a potential penalty. All right, so the replay review says that confirms it's incomplete. Now Dallas will have the chance to challenge something. So now Dallas is going to challenge for potential pass interference. Yeah, you might as well use it, especially when you can challenge anything. Yeah, so the challenging for potential defensive pass interference. Essentially, it's just a way to get the first and continue killing clock is what you're looking for. All right, what you got, Blandino? All right, Blandino saying that there's just too much hand fighting, both sides initiating. Dallas is going to lose the challenge. So 4th and 2 stands. All right. I appreciate Dallas trying just to get any way to pick up that first there. So it's still a 4th and 2. I mean, even once they started running the clock again, they're still going to be able to kill about 30 seconds of this. So either way, it puts Columbus in a tough spot. But I do think they were playing soft coverage on that right side. I'm shocked I'm shocked the decision wasn't just planned to get it out that way. But out comes the punting unit. Brendan Hall set to send this one down. Oh, Columbus is leaving space along that right side. All right, punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 10. Space out past the 20, past the 25, and out of bounds around the 27. Columbus will have 7:36 and one timeout to try and tie this game or take the lead at some point. With their situation, we're probably going to see a 4th and 12 onside attempt if it comes down to it. All right, but at commercial break after that. Columbus has 7:36, down by 11. There's some pressure on this Columbus offense, but I still feel like they're in a good enough spot to where they don't need to be rushing, but maybe like an up the tempo a tiny bit could work. We'll see. We shall see. Still at commercial break. All right. 7:36 to play. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do just one long stream. That's fine. Because we're gonna be having a 2-minute warning commercial break as well, yeah. At commercial break. All right, just coming back. They're interviewing Todd Haley along the sideline. We'll see what this offense can get going in the final, and pretty much their final chance if they can't score here. 7:36 to play. Columbus still has their challenge, but I doubt they're going to be using that unless they're very confident in it. But we'll see. Jalen McClennan, what does he have in store? McClennan in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Tight end in motion, right to left, back to right. As McClennan is going to look to throw. Quick pass right side, going to be caught with a blocker. Past the 30, spinning his way past the 35. Breaks off a tackle and gets to the 36. Antoine Wells on the grab. Solid start to the drive. How did they build off of it? First and 10. 7 minutes to play in the game. Ideally, if they score before the 3-minute mark, you're feeling pretty good. McClennan in shotgun, back to his left. Gonna double reverse here, and there's space along that left side for Jalen Moore. Up past the 40, gonna fight his way to about the 43. Alright, I like the trickery there. Jalen McClennan getting out in space for a block. Just gotta find ways to keep getting yards. And that's one way to do it. McClennan in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. 2nd and 3 from their own 43. McClennan looking to throw. Has some time, dump off right side, caught by Zaquandre White. Space past midfield and out of bounds around the 47. So they're moving well. They are moving well. So 1st and 10, just past midfield. Just under 6 minutes to play in the game. McClennan in shotgun. Back to his right, 3 receiving options to the left. Going to look to throw once again. McClennan stepping up and rolling right, buying some time. Takes it himself, gets up past the 40 and out of bounds around the 38. Not bad. Again, they're moving well. But that's kind of been the story of Columbus this year, is they can move the ball well at times. Just can they finish the drives consistently? Which the answer to that has been no. Alright, 2nd and 2 coming up. McClennan in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Man in short motion on that right side is McClennan going to play action and look to throw. Dump off left side with space for Mack. Up past the 35 and down to about the 32. He goes down hard. Quinterio Cole in for the tackle. Alize Mack on the grab. 4:45 to play in Counton. Yeah, just simple dump off to the tight end. The ball now on the Dallas 32. McClellan in shotgun, looking to throw in 1st and 10. Has time. Deep shot right side for the end zone. Incomplete. Dive-in attempt for Antoine Wells. It's there. Just can't connect. 2nd and 10 coming up. Maybe if he gets a little bit more air under that to allow him to run like an extra step. That's caught, but that's, yeah, it's off the fingertips. Second and 10 coming up. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Going to look to throw once again. Pressure coming. McClellan stepping up, takes it himself. Up past the 30, past the 25, and getting down around the 24. So 3rd and roughly 2 coming up. 3:40 to play in the game. Time is ticking on Columbus's chances. McClellan under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right, making some adjustments at the line. McClellan handoff up the middle, cuts out left side, inside the 20 and down to the 18 for Zaquandre White. All right, they're inside the red zone. They're moving well. If they can find the end zone, there's a chance here. Yeah, good jump cut to the left just to find that hole. 3 minutes to play. McClellan in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right, looking to throw. Has some time, pass right side, gonna be caught for the first. It's Tay Martin down to the 8. 1 more play is needed before the 2-minute warning. Yeah, they're putting together a really good drive here. If only they can do this consistently. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. Handoff up the middle for Zaquandre White. Gets inside the 5 and down to the 2. I imagine they want to go quick to make sure that they score before the 2-minute warning. As there's 2:15 to play, there's a 10-second difference between play and game clock. So they don't need to snap this ball. McClellan in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. McClellan looking to throw. Pressure coming, pass left side, wide open. Antoine Wells. This is a 1-score game with 1:58 to play. 5-point game, and they're going for 2. Another really good drive for Columbus. And this game's interesting. They only have 1 timeout, so they're probably gonna have to go for the onside if they want to really maximize their chances. But we'll see what they do after the 2-point conversion attempt. Also, definitely, if they don't get this, they're pretty much gonna have to end up going for the 4th and 12 opportunity. All right, so McClellan in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. 2-point conversion attempt. Make this a 3-point game late. McClellan to throw. Pass right side is going to be bobbled and caught, but brought down at the 2. Zaquandre White couldn't come down with it cleanly at first, and it's going to cost Columbus 2 points. So down by 5, 1:58 to play. And we'll see what they decide to do here. How much confidence do you have in this defense to force a 3 and out? First, a commercial break for the 2-minute warning, and I will quickly be right back. All right, at commercial break, minute 58 to play. Columbus will have a decision to make here. Keep the game pretty much alive, go for the 4th and 12 to get the ball back. Or trust your defense to make a quick 3-and-out stand. But either way, by the time you get the ball back after that, you put your offense in a really tough spot. I think if they scored before the 2-minute warning, they just punt this. They just send this one down. Try and get this out. Try to get a touchback of some kind, so that way they can have technically two times to stop the clock. Yeah, I think they have to go for the 4th and 12 onside attempt. I think that's just what they have to do. With only having one timeout, that's kind of the situation you put yourself in. But we'll see. Yeah, and unless, yeah, I'm gonna have to do it all in one stream. That's fine. I have all the stuff for it. All right, so that commercial break. All right, just coming back, and there's a glimpse in St. Louis for the next game on the docket. AJ McCarron's return to St. Louis, where he spent a few years as the quarterback for the Battlehawks, both in the XFL in 2023 and the UFL in 2024. So we will see we'll see kind of what the energy is in St. Louis for this game. As that'll be next after this one. Probably just gonna do one long 6+ hour stream, as unless this game ends pretty quickly, wouldn't be too much time in between. Though we'll see. And yeah, this would be a good way to judge. You're gonna go for the 4th and 12 to try and keep the game alive from their own 28. They need 12 yards. So there's no onside kicks. Instead is a 4th and 12 from your own 28. You pick up the first, you keep the ball. You fail, you turn it over on downs. Yeah, this way it gives the kicking team more of a chance, in theory. McClellan in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Going to look to throw. Dallas sends 6. Pressure coming. Dump off over the middle. Caught by Tawa. Fighting forward. Not enough. Brought down at the 33. It's a turnover on downs. They failed the 4th and 12. Dallas will have the ball with a minute 51 to play. And 1 first down ends it. Yeah, because the idea is onside kicks are so unlikely to convert that they want these late game scenarios to be a bit more interesting by a 4th and 12, which, while still hard to convert, it is still possible if given the right circumstance. So that way it makes end games more interesting. There was one a few years ago in 2024 between San Antonio and Memphis that was a really good end of game scenario that used the 4th and 12 as well. So read under center, going to hand this off left side for Day Hunter and space inside the 30 down to about the 28. Oh, and does that ball come loose? They're saying down by contact, but Columbus is claiming their ball. They have a challenge. This might be the time to use it. Is he... When does that ball come loose? That wasn't really a great camera angle for it. I think he's down by contact. Yeah, he's down by contact. So 2nd and 4. There is a stoppage. I imagine it's a replay review. And yeah, with them taking their time to review this, that's going to confirm that it's one long stream today. Nice. Yeah, so 1 first down will seal it. It's a 2nd and 4. I'm confused why the clock is still stopped and what's exactly happening. Well, yeah, okay, it's just them still confirming that it's... Okay, yeah, Columbus did end up challenging if it was a fumble or not. They lost it. That's their final timeout. A first down will seal this one now. I get the decision there because you definitely have the recovery. If just by chance that ball comes loose before he gets down, it's a game-changing play. Yep. Reed under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the left. Play clock winding down. Get the snap off. Gonna hand this off up the middle. Day Hunter breaks off 1 defender, but gonna be pretty much tackled by his own lineman. It's a loss of roughly 4. Either way, though, I think there's enough time left to where just one more play in this, and it pretty much can run this all the way down. All right, 3rd and 6. Reed under center, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. And now Dallas will call their final timeout, as they were not going to get that snap off in time. All right. As yep, it is 3 o'clock. So as soon as this game ends, we're hopping over for Stallions, Battlehawks. Pretty much right as the clock hits 0, I will change all the graphics and the thumbnail and stuff for that game. Yeah, I mean, Columbus has now 2 of 3 weeks being competitive games. Just can't close them out with them, and now they have a long road ahead of them going forward if they want to try and claw into a playoff spot. These 2 teams play each other again next week, by the way, in Columbus this time. So back to back. That should, with how close this game is, you know, there's potential there for Columbus. It'll be Dallas's first road test of the season. Reed under center, back behind him, gonna hand this off up the middle, trying to find space, but gonna lose another 4. And 1 more play will be needed, yeah. But there is only 4-second difference between play and game clock, so that will pretty much do it. Unless no, because they can kick the field goal, right? I'll put it back to the 4th, but there's gonna be no time remaining for Columbus here. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's not enough time unless there's no, because they can't even punt because they're past midfield. They'll take a delay of game with 3 seconds left. Yeah, so I'm gonna. I mean, I would imagine to kick a field goal, but at the same time, just run a play to run it out. I'll put it as final for now. That way I can set this up for the next game. But yeah, good win for Dallas. 3-0 on the year. Austin Reed still looking well. This Columbus team, though, has a long road ahead. We'll see this matchup again next week. in Columbus. That should be interesting. Yeah, it's a 4th and 15 after the delay of game. All right, and there's Austin Reed with the snap. Just going to throw this one away along that right side, and that is time expiring. The Dallas Renegades get the win in Week 3, 3-0 on the year. Solid showing from them. And we're going to head over to Birmingham and St. Louis. Dallas becomes the 4th team in UFL history to begin the season 3-0, joining Orlando of this season, DC of last year when they won the title, and Birmingham of 2024 when they won the title. Yep, I'll be back live for this same matchup next week between the two. As well as next week, I think next week is only 3 games I'm going live with. But we'll see. But yeah. All right. Title and thumbnail change. Now let's get the scoreboard and stuff changed. All right. That's a good place to just have it at before kickoff happens. All right, kickoff underway here soon between Birmingham and St. Louis. What is my game of the week for week 3 of the UFL? I'm expecting good things from this, pretty much from this matchup, and also the energy of this game and what it could be. I'm expecting to be an interesting one, but we shall see. Shows him AJ McCarron highlights from his time in Cincy as well. Okay. Yeah, my only thing with handling these double headers that I kind of have to do is that another notification does not get sent. But oh well, we deal with it. I don't want to miss kickoff because you never know how good kickoff will be. We saw with Seattle and San Fran during the playoffs that you never want to miss kickoffs. So, all right. All right. Everything's set. We are good to go. Kickoff moments away. You're interviewing Ricky Prohl along the sideline here. Second home game for St. Louis of the season. The Battlehawks will get the ball first in this one. So we will see Brandon Silvers and this St. Louis offense first. An offense has been a bit disappointing this season. We're going against a Birmingham squad that's also been a bit disappointing to begin the year. So we shall see how this one plays out. Vaughn Latulis back to return. And kickoff is underway from St. Louis. Going to be returned beginning from the 7. Up past the 20, 25, up past the 30, 35, and out of bounds right around the 35. All right. So out comes Brandon Silvers to lead this St. Louis offense. A bit of a struggling performance last week against Dallas. We'll see what he can muster against his Birmingham defense. Silvers in shotgun, back to his right, 2 receivers to each side, ball on their own 34. Going to hand this off up the middle, first play of the game, and that is a carry of roughly 3 for Jarvion Howard. Not a terrible... Oh, Perion Winfrey is back. Shit, I missed that. Hell yeah. Silvers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Making adjustments at the line. Ball on their own 37. Silver's going to hand this off up the middle once again. And once again, that's a gain of roughly 3. Hello, welcome on in. Welcome back. Yeah, Perion Winfrey is back with his Birmingham defense after spending the fall with Dallas. That is a welcome addition to that front 7 of Birmingham, which is already a pretty good front 7. So 3rd and 3, Silvers in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Ball on their own 41, Silvers looking to throw for the first time today. Has plenty of time. Pass left side, going to be incomplete. Looking for Akeem Butler along that sideline. And the Battlehawks go 3 and out to begin the game. I have been. But that's the nature of it. To be fair, 1 game a days and all that is nothing compared to the NFL. When on Sundays I go live with 3 games, typically. So... I'm cool with it. Again, I'll be watching all these games anyway. I might as well go live with all of them if I can. Punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 3. Face out past the 10, the 15, past the 20. Brought down near the 22. Yeah, because typically when Miami plays at 1 o'clock on Sundays, I like going live with the 4 o'clock game as well. And that happens quite a lot. So the 3 games a day is kind of like when it gets a bit rough. These back-to-backs, I'm cool with it. There was one in 2024, Miami's bye week that year. It was the same week as when I think it was the Bears and Jaguars played international. So I did 4 games that day. That was tough. But yeah. When it's back-to-back like this and one game goes straight into the other, it's a lot easier than the NFL was like 30 minutes in between. Yeah, essentially. Though again, when there's a gap in between, that's when I can start to struggle a bit because the adrenaline's gone. When it's one right after the another, I'm cool with it. First play for the Stallions, handoff left side, going to be a gain of roughly 2 for Anthony McFarlane on the carry. The only thing I hate about back-to-backs is that I can't get a second stream. I can't get a second stream up that day for another notification, but I only do so much. Corral looking to throw. Pass left side, intercepted, and it's easy pick 6 in for St. Louis. Second play for this Birmingham offense. And the Battlehawks find the end zone. Could not have been a more rough start. Jordan Williams gets the pick 6, and the dome is loud. So initially off the punt return, it looked like they were going to have field position from just past the 20. Turned out the field position actually started from about their own 4. I missed why. First play run did not do anything. Second play pass, St. Louis got pressure in there, and Corral was not ready for it. He would duck over the middle. And now the Battlehawks for the extra point. It is up, and it is good. They lead by 7. That is tough. Yeah, that's a big-time play for the St. Louis defense. 2 pick 6s on this day. One Dallas had one earlier. St. Louis has one now. I get what Corral was looking at there. Couldn't really step into it. That ball came out wobbly. He was looking for Deion Kane, who was open. He just couldn't get enough into that ball to zip it where it needs to be. And it's a tough start for the Stallions. But again, St. Louis is a tough place to play. And as I mentioned during predictions, this stadium can oftentimes cause one mistake at minimum for the opposing team, and that one mistake can absolutely change the course of the game. There's that one mistake so far. It wasn't necessarily tipped, it's just there was his lineman and a defensive lineman directly in his face. So he couldn't get the full throw-in motion going there. So it came off bad. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 2. Spaced out past the 10, past the 20, past the 25, and brought down right around the 30. Yeah, he had no range of motion for his arm. Yeah, that was just good penetration up front to force a bad throw. All right, so now what can now how do you shake that off is the question. Corral and shotgun back behind him, 2 receiving options to each side, ball on their own 30, so much better starting field position. Back shifted to his right as they hand this off left side for Anthony McFarland. There's space past the 35 and down to about the 37. Nice. Second and 3 coming up. Corral alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Looking to throw. Quick pass left side. Caught with space past the 45 and brought down around the 47. It is Justin Ross on the grab. Yes, I mean, St. Louis, there's definitely some empty seats there as people are still trying to work their way to their seats. But either way, I mean, even with the amount of empty seats there, the amount of people that did show up for this game is still some teams' full capacity stadiums. As a banded handoff is going to leave Corral to lose a yard or 2. I think it was supposed to be a handoff up the middle, but for some reason it didn't connect with it, so Corral has to take it himself. Corral and shotgun back behind them, 2nd and 12 coming up. 2 receivers to each side, ball on their own 45. Corral play action, looking to throw, dump off right side, going to be caught, but brought down roughly at the line of scrimmage for no gain. All right, it is Tyler Davis, the tight end, on the grab. And a 3rd and long coming up for Birmingham, their first 3rd down of the game. As the dome gets loud. I mean, again, for St. Louis, it's not a lot, but for the league as a whole, it is still a lot. And people are still finding their seats as well. Corralled the throw, right side, off the mark and incomplete. Was looking for John Ross. And the Stallions drive stalls out right around midfield. 4th and 11. Yeah, I mean, it's still a nicely filled stadium. It's just, it's an NFL stadium. So it's going to look not as full. But still, it's probably about like 25,000 people in there. All right, so they're going to punt this one away. Punt comes off clean. Punter might have gotten hit there afterwards. Punt going to be returned beginning from the 8. Face past the 10, past the 20. Yeah, past the 20, down to about the 22. Going to be a roughing the punter penalty here? Doesn't seem like it. All right. That's going to lead us to a commercial break before we see Brandon Silvers in his Battlehawks offense once again. At commercial break. Not bad. Yeah. Again, the stadium is still plenty full for a UFL game. It's just we're so used to St. Louis having like 30K plus people in that stadium that, again, very rough estimate of like 25K still feels, it doesn't feel like a lot for them, but it's still a damn good number. And yeah, I would like to see Birmingham try to run the ball a bit more, but yeah, I mean, what sucks is they're already start down by 7 due to just due to poor field position and then a bad pick 6. So it's going to put pressure on this Birmingham offense, but they can't let it impact how they want to play. Because their defense is going to have their back. That's not going to be, I'm not going to be worried about that most of this game. At least until they show to me otherwise that I should be worried about it. Like, I'm not worried. Still at commercial break. At commercial break. Yeah, but even with the Birmingham secondary being a bit questionable, the St. Louis passing offense is just as questionable. It feels essentially like it's movable force against stoppable object for the passing defense and passing offense of Birmingham and St. Louis respectively. So I'm not too worried about that. Ball on their own 21, just coming back from commercial break. Silvers in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. As Silver's going to hand this off right side for Latulis. Has space to about the 26, gain of 5. They're showing running back speed. Which we've seen Deion Jackson showcase that 21 mile per hour speed aplenty so far this year already. We also saw D.A. Hunter last week be able to showcase his speed. Silver's in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Handoff right side for Latulis once again, and he's going to be stood up at the line for no gain. 3rd and 5 coming up. All right, big 3rd down stand here potentially for Birmingham. Again, this defense is going to have to do quite a bit of heavy lifting in this game to give their offense chances, especially after the pick 6 on the opening drive. Silver's alone in shotgun, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Going to look to throw, has some time, pass right side, incomplete, but a hit late. No penalty there? Was looking for Hakeem Butler. Tay Crowder definitely hit some way too late for that not to be a penalty. That was Stephen McBride he was looking for. How is that not a penalty? How? Okay. Battlehawks go 3 and out. How was that not? Okay, sure. Oh, and there's the challenge. Okay. There we go. St. Louis is going to challenge that. Oh, that's a new wrinkle. All right, so because that would have been a dead ball penalty, St. Louis can't challenge it. But, like, they would have won that challenge. Birmingham just got lucky there. Like, that's... Okay. Sure. So because it would have been a dead ball penalty, they can't challenge it. You can only challenge live ball penalties. Okay. That's a new wrinkle I haven't heard before. Punt comes off clean. Return beginning from the 20. Face up past the 25 and brought down right around, breaks off some tackles, gets past the 30, brought down you to 32. Yeah, that's Birmingham getting saved a bit there. Because I definitely feel like that should have been a penalty. I definitely feel like that should have been something. But oh well. So 1st and 10 for the Stallions. 7-12 to play in the first. Corral and shotgun back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Back now to his right as they give this up the middle with space up to about the 40. Snoop Connor on the carry. All right. There we go. That's something. Gain of 8 for the Stallions to begin the drive. So 2nd and 2 coming up. Corral alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. ESPN's back on their tri-box bullshit with these broadcasts. Corral pass left side. It intercepted again. Returned past the 40, past the 45. And finally brought down right around there. A penalty now down as well. I think Corral was looking more so underneath for that one, but had a bit too much into the throw. And it allowed Neville Clark with a dive and interception. There's a penalty down as well. We'll see if this stands. Let's see. Okay, so it's after the interception, it's a block in the back against St. Louis. Corral now has back-to-back weeks of throwing 2 interceptions. Yeah, it's not looking like a great play or a great day for Corral. And he has someone underneath. He has Deion Kane underneath. Instead, he tries to fit that in there to Jaden Mickens, which is double coverage and nowhere near to be an open window. It's just a bad throw. When you have a clean pocket as well, like just take Deion Kane there. Like they're both receiving options are right in front of you in your line of sight. How do you not see Deion Kane? All right, we head to commercial break. Yeah, but back-to-back weeks of 2+ interception days for Matt Corral. This one both in the first quarter. I mean, is there a discussion coming up for Birmingham? I mean, like the issue is you only have 2 quarterbacks on this roster right now because your third quarterback that you've been wanting to have on this team since training camp can't get his work visa in place. So you're kind of, unless you trust Michael Ayers that much, you're kind of stuck with Corral. And no fault of your own. We'll see. At commercial break after the interception. That's just 2 interceptions in 3 drives is just not a good start to this game. But like at the same time, though, that's the dome for you. This St. Louis fan base, it can cause some things. So Michael Ayers has seen the field briefly with Arlington last year. And that's the only other option. So like, yeah, you could go to him. I would make the argument he's a bit more athletic than Corral. Technically on the younger side, but not by much, by a few months. I wouldn't be against it, but the actual quarterback you would want to go to here, you can't because he's not with the team because he can't get a work visa for some reason. Despite how much the league, Corral, and everyone has been pushing for it, he can't get one for some reason. And it puts them in a bad spot. Because like, definitely at this point, you make the change if you have him. Because they're clearly that confident in what he can do. But I mean, they just can't get him over. Louisville at Houston, Thursday night to begin week 4. That should be something. The St. Louis ground game should be a bit better than what it actually is. It's just they're clearly missing Jacob Sailors. Silver's handoff right side going to be a loss of about 3 for Jarvion Howard. No, that's Rajah Harris actually on the carry. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm somehow delayed a bit. All right, I jumped ahead to make sure I'm caught up with the live broadcast. There was a DPI against Birmingham on the second down play. As Silvers was looking deep for McBride. And yeah, I mean, you can make an argument that's uncatchable, but oh well. I'll put the Battlehawks past midfield to the 45. All right, Silvers in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left, and we have a stoppage with 5:38 to play. Oh, Blandino's here. What's he got to say? All right, they're putting the ball to the St. Louis 45. Yes, that way it was only getting a 15 on them. I'll say 17-13 for this game. I don't think the offense is going to be doing a whole lot. Silvers the throw, quick pass left side, going to be caught with some blockers up to about the 50. Kevon Latoul is on the grab. Also, although that pick six to begin the game does make me feel better about my St. Louis prediction. So 2nd and 5, just barely past, because it gave him midfield. Silvers and shotgun, back to his right, 2 receivers to each side, man in motion, left to right. Gonna quick throw, right side, caught by Jacquard Pearson. Gonna get about 2, so 3rd and 3 coming up. There's still 4:44 to play in the first. So 3rd and 3 coming up. Silvers and shotgun, back to his left. Play clock winding down. 2 receiving options to each side. Tight end in motion right to left here, but you're going to be walking. And St. Louis will call a timeout. They were not going to get that snap off in time. That's their first. All right, 4:14 to play in the first. Yeah, this is a weird one already. Third and 3 for St. Louis. Yeah, I don't think we can see a 60-yard field goal in this game. Yeah, I feel like DC is the only team that would be willing to attempt one because they know they have a kicker that can hit from that. I feel like most of these other teams have a guy that could hit from 60, but haven't done it yet, so you don't really have the confidence in them to do it. Silvers and shotgun, back to his left. Handoff up the middle on 3rd and 3. Gonna fight his way, but not enough for the first. Picks up 1.5 yards. It is Raja Harris on the carry. They're past midfield, so they have to go for it on 4th and about 2. And a turnover on downs could be the stand that Birmingham needs at this point. With how this game has been going early on, they're going to need something to build off of. Silvers under center, back and fullback behind him. Handoff up the middle for Howard. He's going to get enough. Diving forward to pick up 2 or 3. All right. So 1st and 10 coming up. Again, the St. Louis ground game is doing enough right now. But we would like it to do a bit more considering how inconsistent the passing game is. Silvers and shotgun, back to his left. Going to touch pass this one forward for Blake Jackson, who's now going to roll to his right, looking to throw, it seems. Still trying to buy some time, going to end up losing 1 yard. Trying some trickery on 1st and 10. It does not work out for them. I do respect it, though. And yeah, he was definitely looking to throw there, but Birmingham got guarded well on the back end. So 2nd and 11. Silvers and shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Man in motion, left to right. Ball on the Birmingham 45. Silvers to throw. Pressure coming, trying to step up and sacked. Back at their own 48. And a 3rd and long coming up. It is Isaac Ukwu on the sack there for the Stallions. So 3rd and 18. Silvers in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. If they get about 10 yards, that's a 60-yard field goal. Silvers to throw. Pass right side, going to be caught, but not enough for the first. Needed 18, they got 16. Stephen McBride on the reception, but does make it a more manageable 4th and 2 if they try to go for it. That is a good throw from Brandon Silvers. Outside the numbers, placing it well. Silvers in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. 4th and 2. Making adjustments at the line. 1:15 to play in the first quarter. Hakeem Butler looking like he's going to have a one-on-one opportunity along that left side. Play clock winding down. They're not going to get that snap off in time. And they will call their second timeout. Having to call 2 this early? Geez, the amount of teams that are giving me flashbacks to the Dolphins this week is too many. A 1:08 to play in the quarter. So 4th and 2, and out comes the field goal unit. To make this a 10-point game, it is Tucker McCain on for the long field goal try. Gonna be a 50, no. What was that, 40, yeah, 54-yard kick. 54-yard kick from the right hash. Kick is up. And it is good. 10-point St. Louis lead with a minute to play in the first. So they have capitalized off the turnovers they have first. 10 points off turnovers so far in this one of them being a pick 6. So far, things are going well. Things are going well for them. All right. Waiting for teams to send this one down now. Minute 3 to play in that quarter. Teams are lined up. St. Louis had to send this one down after taking a 10-point lead. Up by 10, but they have not been playing the greatest of football themselves. They've just been playing slightly better than Birmingham has so far. Kickoff underway. This is going to bounce into the end zone here for a touchback. That ends up being a great kick. So Birmingham will start from roughly the 20, and out comes Matt Corral. Yeah, it's just unfortunately the Stallions have themselves in a weird spot due to the fact that, again, they just don't have another quarterback on the roster they trust that much. Michael Ayers is on the roster, but he was intended to be the 3rd QB for this team. He's kind of been forced into that backup role. But at the same time, this is only a 10-point game. You don't want to completely go away from Corral just yet. Especially if you don't have a quarterback you trust. Corral and shotgun back behind him. 2 receivers to each side. 1st and 10 from their own 20. Play clock winding down. Back now to Corral's left. Handoff up the middle. And that is a gain of roughly 2. Right, one more play at minimum is needed before the end of the first. $40 remain in the quarter. Corral and shotgun back to his right. Another handoff, this time left side for Anthony McFarland. Breaks off one defender, gonna get about 6. So a 3rd and 2 coming up, and they can let this clock run down to the end of the first if they want. A rough first quarter for the Stallions. As the dome is starting to get loud, Corral under center. Back behind him, 2 receiving options to each side. Game clock winding down, man in motion right to left, and they're not going to get this snap off in time. That's the end of the first. 15 minutes in the books. A rough first quarter for the Stallions. Down by 10, but it's a 3rd and 2. It's still in this game, still a chance to build something and make this a competitive one. But yeah, through one quarter, not a good look. Meanwhile, St. Louis is feeling great, especially defensively. But a commercial break, and we'll see how this one continues to unfold. All right. Not bad. Yep, at commercial break for the end of the first. Again, it's been a game. I picked St. Louis to win. I didn't expect them to be up by 10 after the first quarter, and at least be up the way they are right now. But it's them. But they're a team that can take advantage of mistakes pretty well, and they've done that so far. Corral has had 2 bad throws, and that's why St. Louis has the lead. But again, all it takes is one drive for Birmingham to get the offense into a rhythm. We saw last week that even with the 2 interceptions, Corral could still have a good game. But they're going to need something here soon. Well, it's not with one. It's not having Alex Mago is tough. I think the bigger thing that's really holding back this Birmingham offense is the fact that they lost every single running back from last year's team and from 2024's team. It's a completely new running back room, and they have yet to figure out how these new running backs fit into the offense they want to run, and that's the biggest issue. Because the ground game hasn't been anything to run home about yet. Despite it having talent, I mean, they're still clearly missing something on that running back room. And someone like a CJ Marable or a Ricky Person could definitely help out this team. But they just don't have that. As we're just coming back from commercial break, the start of the second quarter underway here. Third and 2 for the Stallions. Oh yeah, Brock Osweiler on the sideline as an analyst for this game. Hell yeah. Corral and shotgun, looking to throw in 3rd and 2. Pass left side, caught by a wide open Deion Kane. Gets up to about the 40, and there is a penalty down. This is going to be interesting. Offensive pass interference against Jordan Thomas. And it'll be 3rd and 12. Brutal. Brutal. You get the first and a whole lot more, but then now it's 3rd and 12 from your own 18. Oh, jeez, man, Birmingham. Corral and shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on their own 18, 3rd and 12. Corral looking to throw. Has some time, stepping up. Pass over the middle. It's intercepted a 3rd time. Penalty marker down. Return past the 30, the 25, and out of bounds at the 21. What is the penalty? As it sits, it's Taylor Hawkins for the 3rd interception of the game against Matt Corral. Refs are discussing, what is this? All right, refs have discussed illegal contact against the Battlehawks. Birmingham gets saved. 5 yards automatic first, being called against Jordan Mosley. That is lucky as hell for the Stallions, because that would have been brutal. Yeah, I see it over the middle. But again, Corral, like, he's trying to force it in when he has someone open underneath. Corral pass over the middle, going to be caught, and that's a gain of about 8 or so. Like, he has Deion Kane for the 2nd time open underneath of where he's thrown to. But he tries to go a little bit deeper, and just not a good decision. That was caught by Jabri Barber. Now got 2nd and 2 coming up for the Stallions. Corral and shotgun back behind him. 3 receiving options to the left, backing out to his right as they hand this off up the middle for Snoop Connor. Gonna get about 1.5 yards. Not enough for the first. 3rd and inches coming up. Yeah, it's still... He's not seeing the field fully. For some reason in this game. He's just not seeing the field fully. Again, you get saved there with the penalty, but... Man, like, at what point do you just take Corral out? Especially if you get down by 13 plus, 14 plus. Corral handoff up the middle, and there's room for a first. It's Snoop Connor on the carry. Gonna fight his way to the 39. Okay, that's something. It's just an ugly game. Corral and shotgun back behind him. 2 receiving options side. Ball on roughly the 40. Back now to his right as Corral, quick pass right side, going to be caught with some space to pick up about 2 or 3. That's Tyler Davis on the grab. All right, I mean, they're keeping the drive alive here, which is all they kind of need to do right now. So 2nd and 6 coming up. Corral and shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Ball on their own 43. Corral looks to throw once again. Pressure coming, trying to escape, rolling right. Has time, dump off right side, caught by Deion Kane. It's a gain of 4. All right, you'll take it. Oh, it's Anthony McFarland on the carry. Either way, gain of 4. Third and 1. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Corral gonna hand this off up the middle, and it stood up at the line for no gain. St. Louis makes the stand on 3rd and 1. Anthony McFarland on the carry. 11 minutes to play in the half. And what's the decision to make here? With how your defense has been playing, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they punt this one away, but your offense also needs a drive here. Corral under center, back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Man in motion, right, left to right. Handoff up the middle. They lose 2. Nothing there for Snoop Connor. And it's a turnover on downs. This Battlehawks defense is looking real good. And we head to commercial break with 10:33 to play in the half. All right, at commercial break. Yeah, those are funny. Those are the better progressive commercials than the whole everything like whole if only life had backups ones. Those are dumb. Those are stupid. These ones are clever. Because they are true most of the time. Zip at commercial break. All right, at commercial break. All right, 10 to 10 and a half to go in the quarter or in the half. All right. We can just this Birmingham offense, it feels like it should be better than it is. But like part of it is it gets in its own way. Other part of it is other part of it is they're just not performing how they need to be. Like the ground game being as non-existent as it is unfortunate. And then Corral cannot make the mistakes he's making. When you have a defense as good as Birmingham does, you cannot be just giving the ball to St. Louis, and pretty much at all. You punt it away and force them to move the ball down the field. You can't be giving them free points. That's the spot we're in right now. As we're just back from commercial break. So 1st and 10. Ball just past midfield at the Stallion 48. Silvers and shotgun back behind him. 2 receivers to each side. More so the 47. Tight end in motion, right to left, as Silver's going to hand this off right side. There's some space for a gain of 2 or so for Jarvion Howard. Yeah, that year-over-year turnover sucks. But like part of that wasn't even like the guys not wanting to return. I think it was just the league has a different mindset now. And they did, because they did a whole draft, and players from the league last year were a part of it, and all of them were eligible. They just, the new coaching staffs didn't feel the need, which is the unfortunate part. Pass over the middle, going to be caught for a gain of about 4. Found the tool is on the grab to make it a 3rd and roughly 3. Yeah, Jacob Sales going to the NFL sucks, but they also had his first name. Like they also had another running back that they just didn't bring back in Mateo Durant. He was solid for them. They just didn't feel the need to bring him back. I guess part of him not coming back is the injuries he's dealt with. Silvers in shotgun back to his left. 3rd and 2. Handoff up the middle. That's Kevon Latulis being stood up at the line for no gain. It would be a long field goal try here for Tucker McCain. As it's 4th and 2 at about the 39. So Silvers in shotgun back behind him. 2 receiving options to each side. Shift in the back now to his right. Man in motion left to right. Silver's going to look to throw. Rolling right, has some time. Pass over the middle is intercepted. Return past the 35. Finding space past the 40. Past the 45. Still going past midfield. 45-40. Finally brought down near the St. Louis 35. There we go. This Birmingham defense making a play. Tay Crowder with the interception on 4th and 2. And that could be a turning point. Yeah, Silver is trying to force it in there to Akeem Butler for seemingly no reason. Again, with how good your defense is playing, you don't need to be forcing passes like that. Even if it is 4th down. All right, so 1st and 10 for Birmingham from the St. Louis 35. Corral and shotgun back to his right. 2 receiving options to each side. Shift in the back behind him now. 8:28 to play in the half. Tight end in motion left to right. Corral, play action looking to throw. Has some time. Deep shot, left side, wide open, inside the 10, down to the 5. Jordan Thomas is in. The Birmingham Stallions got what they desperately needed, as I forgot to change touchdown graphic for them. But finally, they got what they needed. One sec. There we go. Finally, they get what they needed from this. Interception, taking advantage of it. Jordan Thomas, wide open behind the defense. So Birmingham gets the turnover and instantly capitalizes off of it. That's what they needed. Extra point now is up, and it's back to a 3-point game in St. Louis. Yeah, they were, and I don't blame them for sitting on the run for that play, because the passing game has not done a lot for Birmingham in this one. Yeah, they've been on that hard. And then just Jordan Thomas, good catch as well, having to backpedal for that, and then to stay on his feet into the end zone. They desperately needed that kind of play. Wait, they're making a new Mummy movie? Yeah, they needed that bad. All right, add commercial break afterward. Yeah, I game a little bit. I used to be like just Madden exclusively, but then I kind of shifted to more general stuff. I still play the sports games every now and then as just a way to like, relax. But yeah, for the most part, it's like action adventure stuff. Played the PlayStation. I have a PS5 and PS3 right next to me at my desk. So I play those. I'm excited for on Thursday. Unfortunately, it releases on Thursday, but Mouse PI for Hire releases. I'm excited for that. Kind of like a Bioshock-esque game, as I'm a big fan of Bioshock as well. Uh, Hades 2 releases on PlayStation as well on Tuesday. Sadly, won't be playing that at launch because I don't have the time for it. But I played Hades 2 when it launched initially. Oh yeah, College Football 25. I had about 400 hours into. I love that. I don't have as much in 26, but I still probably have like 200 hours in that game. I have a New Mexico dynasty in that. That was good. That went okay. We won the Natty once, been in the national championship a few times, but just yeah, definitely a lot harder to build sustained success in college football 26 than it was in 25. CFB 25, I did a Kennesaw State dynasty, and it was like 10 times in a row we won the Natty at some point. That game was too easy to have maintained success. Yeah, I'll play 27 when it releases as well. I don't know how much I'll play it compared to the other ones because I've gotten really I've really liked over the past few years of like playing just more in general games and not just exclusively sports titles like I used to. So I have a lot of those on my backlog still. So I'll be playing a bunch of those. But yeah, when 27 comes out, I will definitely be playing it. When CFB 25 came out, I did a video that was scoring the touchdown with every school in that game as just a way to be like, yeah, the game's back. I'm gonna be playing it. That was fun. Kickoff underway. Going to be bounce and return beginning from the 15. Space out past the 25, up past the 30, past the 35. Breaking some tackles down to the 37 or so. Yeah. I've been playing a lot of MLB 25 recently just because that's like my go-to game at this point of like it's late at night. I have like an hour before going to bed. Let me just play like a few games of March to October in that. But for the most part, I don't try to spend as much time in sports games as I used to. Silver's in shotgun, back to his left. Handoff up the middle, gonna have some space to the 41, gain of 3. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. I have pretty much every single old Madden from the PS3 era. The only one I don't have is Madden 07, but that's a tough one to find. Yeah, I used to love it during the PS3 stuff. Hell, these graphics for the season is based off Madden 10. Silver's pass deep left side going to be caught by Akeem Butler. Beautiful pass from Brandon Silvers, putting the Battlehawks well past midfield. With 7.5 to play in the first half, looking to extend this lead. Yeah, that's a beautiful pass on the money. Inside the 30 to the 28. Silvers and shotgun going to hand this off up the middle for Kavan Latulis because inside the 25 to the 24 or so, maybe 23. All right. Great stuff from St. Louis. How did they build off of it, though? Actually, with 28 to 23 from the Dallas Columbus game is scoregami. I'm shocked that was the first time the scores happened in spring football. Yeah, Silvers and shotgun back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Man in motion right to left. Silvers looking to throw. Has some time. Pass over the middle is caught by Stephen McBride. Inside the 10 and down to the 6. First and goal for St. Louis. Wide open over the middle. 6:15 to play in the half. First and goal. Silvers in shotgun, back behind him. 3 receiving options to the right. Man in motion, right to left. Silvers, handoff up the middle. And it is going to be down to the 1 for Latulis. Second and goal coming up. It's a good build-in drive here for St. Louis. All right, second and goal. 5:35 to play in the half. Silvers under center, back and fullback behind him. Bobbles the snap a bit, still gets the handoff off. And is going to be stood up at the line for no gain. Third and goal coming up. He kind of hesitated with the snap. All right, Silvers under center, back and fullback behind him. Ball on the 1 yard line. Handoff up the middle. Kavan Latulis stood up. Not enough. This red zone defense of the Stallions is second to none in the league. It is so impressive how they just keep teams out. So now fourth and goal from the 1. And the offense will stay on the field, it seems, for St. Louis. But they're letting this play clock run down. And the Battlehawks have to call their final timeout. They were not going to get that snap off anywhere near to in time. All right. That's an interesting clock management situation. I say just kick the field goal. We saw from both Columbus last game and from Louisville on Friday night. Taking the points matters. Hell, we saw from Houston last week against this same Birmingham team. You taking the points helps you. Like, just extend the lead to 6. Your defense is playing well enough to where if Birmingham starts with the ball on their side of the field, you can trust this defense enough to make a stand and force a field goal at worst. But at the same time, a chance to pin them deep. When the last time you pinned them deep, you got to pick 6. It's gonna be tough to shy away from it. So Silvers under center, back and fullback behind him. Akeem Butler alone on that left side, circling that matchup over there. Silvers, handoff up the middle. Stood up by Tay Crowder. And it's a turnover on downs. What is that play call? Yeah, Akeem Butler deserves to be pissed. 3 straight times from the 1 yard line, you do just a simple halfback dive. Each and every time it gets stood up. Bad play call. 1, bad decision, just kick the field goal. 2, a bad play call. If you're gonna go for it, get it towards your best player, your best playmaker in Akeem Butler. That ball should have gone nowhere else on 4th down. Corral and shotgun, back behind them. 1st and 10 from their own 2 yard line. Corral looks to throw. Pass left side, going to be tipped at the line and incomplete. Yeah, why pass up on the points? And if you're going to go for it, why not go to Akeem Butler? That should be the only option there. Have him do some like a quick inside route. Get the leverage against the corner and put it on his chest. Give him a chance. That's just bad decision and a bad play call off that bad decision. Brown shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. Going to look to throw once again. Pump fake, and I'm going to step up and try to take it himself. Gets half a yard on it. Wanted a quick throw to Justin Ross, but he was not prepared for the ball. So a third and decently long coming up with just under 3.5 to go in the first half. Again, the St. Louis defense has their back. But that's just still a weird situation. Ball on their own 3. Corral and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. St. Louis playing off coverage along that left side. Corral looking to throw. Pressure coming. Pass left side is incomplete. Looking for Deion Kane. And Corral is slow to get up after taking a hit in the end zone. Penalty marker down. Oh, what's this going to be? Roughing the passer against the Battlehawks. Automatic first down for the Stallions. And that alone is gonna make this situation make even less sense on a previous fourth down. It's Carlos Davis again? Oh my god, Carlos Davis, another bad penalty against him. Dude, what are you doing? All right, ball now on the Stallions' own 18-yard line. Corral and shotgun. Handoff left side, gonna break off one tackler, but the ball comes loose, and St. Louis has to pick that up there. No way they don't. The Battlehawks forced their 3rd turnover of the game. Everything works out. I guess that's ball don't lie, isn't it? Yeah. Even Ricky Prohl onto the camera is saying ball don't lie. Yeah, ball don't lie, I guess. Snoop Connor trying to create something there. Ends up just dropping the ball. Yeah. But, hey, again, this St. Louis team got each other's backs. And again, according to Ricky Prohl, it's ball don't lie. 1st and 10 now from the Stallions' own 12-yard line. Silvers and shotgun back to his right. Man in motion right to left. 3 receivers to the left now. Silvers to throw. Pass over the middle is tipped in the air. And incomplete. Nearly picked off in the end zone. That would have been another ball, don't lie. 2nd and 10 coming up. What is this game so far? This has just been chaos, and I'm here for it. All right, 2nd and 10. Silvers and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well, looking to throw. Pressure comes quick. Silvers trying to escape, but sacked. Back at the 22. So a 3rd and long coming up. It is Amani Bledsoe on the sack there. Now a 3rd and 20, but first the 2-minute warning. Head into commercial break. 2 minutes to play in the first half. St. Louis leads by 3. It has a 3rd and 20 coming up. Going to commercial break. I will quickly be right back. All right. Add commercial break for the 2-minute warning. I mean, St. Louis is going to be getting points after this drive no matter what, but not being able to crack the end zone there is tough. All right, still at commercial break for the 2-minute warning. Yeah, like the entire first half has just been not good football from Birmingham. But again, they have another quarterback that they seemingly really want to utilize. He just can't get a work visa for some reason, as he's Canadian and was a CFL player the past few years. They want him on the roster. They want him to be their quarterback. It seems. For some reason, he just can't. He just can't get his visa in order, and people are stopping it from happening. I don't know. It's a weird situation, and it's definitely impacting the Stallions' offense. So 3rd and 20 coming up. Silver's alone in shotgun, looking to throw in 3rd and 20. Has time, pass deep over the middle, and it's dropped. And nearly another interception for this Birmingham defense, but a dropped pick once again in the end zone. Also by Alex Cook, who had the other one that was dropped earlier in this very same drive. So it's a 4th and 20. Yeah, it's getting like that. That's again second drop on this drive alone. Tucker McCain on for the field goal to make this a 6-point St. Louis lead. 40-yard kick from the right hash. It is up. And it is good right down the middle, basically. So it's only a 6-point game. Stallions have all 3 timeouts. They can have the lead entering the half, all things considered. And I believe they get ball to begin the second half as well. So they're still in a good spot, despite having 3 turnovers, and all of those turnovers resulted in St. Louis points. Like, they're still in a okay spot. Not great, but okay. Teams are lined up for the kickoff. St. Louis set to send this one down. We'll see what the Stallions can do to end the half, but it's not been looking good. Kickoff underway. Going to bounce out of bounds. So the Stallions will begin this drive from the 40. Really good prime opportunity here now for the Stallions. If they can't capitalize off this with a minute 50 to play in the half, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what they can do in this game. So 1st and 10. Also, we have the attendance numbers for Dallas as well, and it's not great. Just over 5,000 people were at that game. Corral looking to throw in 1st and 10. Has some time. Pass left side is incomplete along the sideline. Looking for Justin Ross. Was a pretty damn good throw, but just couldn't come down with it. Yeah, But at the same time, they get that field goal there because they didn't take the field goal on the previous drive. So either way, it's a 6-point game right now. Corral and shotgun back to his left, 2 receivers to each side. 2nd and 10, going to look to throw. Pressure coming quick. Corral just gets this one away over the middle. And it is incomplete. Looking for Jaden Mickens. Birmingham wants a penalty. None thrown. I do have a challenge of the one to use. It'll be 3rd and 10 for the Stallions. This front 7 for the Battlehawks is either one of the better front 7s you see or completely silenced so far this year. Like, yeah, they have no sack. I mean, I think they have like 1 or 2 sacks on the day. But they're making an impact constantly. Corral and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Quick pass left side. Going to be caught. Only a gain of 5. Caught by Justin Ross. And clock will tick. They can get this down to 1 minute before having to punt this one away. Or they could take the gamble and go for it. All right, ball on their own 46. The offense on the field, but they're not breaking this huddle anytime soon. Yeah, the play clock's expired. They did not break that huddle at all. So Birmingham will call their first timeout. Yeah, the play calling hasn't been great either, but I mean, part of it is also just you got to hit some of you got to complete some of these passes occasionally. And like also like the protection up front needs to be better. The play calling is not going to look great if the protection up front's not going to be great either. What's up? Welcome in. What time is it? We're about to be reaching the 4.5 hour mark of this stream. And we're about to reach halftime of this game. Columbus surprisingly kept that game competitive today against Dallas. That was a surprise. They played well in that one. This game, chaos. Just turnovers aplenty. There's been 4 total turnovers in this game, 3 of them for Birmingham. All of them have resulted in points for St. Louis. It's been a rough day for the Stallions. Yeah, the Louisville-Orlando game on Friday ended terribly, but it was a great game all around, as now the Stallions are going to punt this one away. Weird snap, but punt comes off clean. Going to be returned beginning from the 10, space up past the, to about the 14. Yeah, so that game was rough. Yesterday's game between DC and Houston was the largest blowout in UFL history. So that tells the story of that game. I mean, I've seen some pretty weird hunting styles before, so it doesn't really faze me. Oh, we have a QB change for the Battlehawks. Harrison Frost in the game. For the final drive before the half. Frost in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Handoff up the middle, gonna get nothing. Still up at the line. Cool. It didn't change much. So far, at least. Yeah, they want closer games, but at the same time, when you have a team as good as DC and then a team like Houston that's been going through quarterback after quarterback injury-wise, yeah, I'm not surprised that game was a blowout. Kawala Tagovailoa, man, he did not play well. It was a rough one for him. Second and 10 coming up. After Birmingham called their second timeout. 44 seconds to play in the half. Frost in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Going to hand this off up the middle, and there's space. Gonna be enough for the first. He gets brought down kind of awkwardly there. Is Rajah Harris on the carry, and now he's slow to get up. It looked like his foot got caught in the turf. That did not look good. Ugh. It looked like his cleat got caught in the turf, and then he did a flip before being brought down. Yeah, he's gonna be helped off the field. It'll be 3rd and 1, the official ruling. But yeah, not a good look. 32 seconds to play in the half. You get the first, you get this to halftime with a 6-point lead. If you don't, the Stallions might have a chance at things. All right, 3rd and 1. Frost in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receiving options to the right as well. Shift in the back to his left. Hand off up the middle, breaks off 1 tackle, and Kevon Latulis gets the first. And the Stallions are going to call their final timeout, it seems. Nope, you let this clock run. Okay, that'll bring us to halftime. St. Louis leads by 6 at the half. The Stallions get ball to begin the second half. They're still in this game, but it does feel like a lot larger of a difference than it actually is. But we're at the half. All right, solid game. Bit chaotic. Few interceptions each side, a fumble. Okay, St. Louis will take this lead. And we had 2 commercial break to start the half. At halftime. All right. Again, Stallions getting the ball to begin the second half. It gives them an opportunity in this one, but how much of an opportunity? Who knows? I'm more honestly now with the second half is a little bit more interested because Harrison Frost gets his chance in the second half to lead this Battlehawks offense. And really, I feel like if he's somehow a downgrade to Brandon Silvers, St. Louis might just be out of hope for the quarterback this year. Yeah, it's been a tough one for the Stallions offense. I mean, but they've done themselves no favors either. Again, 3 turnovers, all of them leading to points for the Battlehawks. It's just a tough spot. It's a tough spot to find yourself in. Well, we'll see when the second half rolls around. We just reached halftime. But we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, it's just been one of those games for both offenses, and that's kind of what I was expecting from this. The defenses have really been on full display in this game. But like, at some point, you're gonna want the offense to be clicking a bit. But we shall see. We shall see. Yeah. At the half, they're doing a spotlight on Tyler Neville of the St. Louis Battlehawks. But yeah, it's been a defensive first game for both sides. It's probably going to continue, but with Harrison Frost getting the second half start, you never know. You never know. We shall see as we await the start of the second half. But yeah, time will tell. Hopefully, the second half's a bit better for both offenses, but if this continues to be a defensive game, I won't complain too much. I do like seeing both of these defenses at work. But it'll also just be one of those things where, what level is the offenses? Are the offenses struggling, and how fixable would they be? Hello. I mean, we'll see how attendance goes beginning next week for the Stallions, but I would much rather see the league try a new stadium in Birmingham, and before just straight up relocating them. You need the Stallions to be in the league. It's not spring football without them. The same way that you need the Battlehawks and you need DC at this point. Those teams are what make up spring football at this point. They're synonymous with it. Birmingham leaving and going elsewhere. I mean, it's just it wouldn't. I don't feel like it would work. Yeah, I mean, yeah, potentially be 1-2 by the time they get to a home game. It's not great, but man, because part of it is Birmingham is such a big TV market for spring football. You're gonna completely lose that if you relocate the Stallions. Just straight up, you're going to lose that market, and that's gonna be a massive hit to the league. If so, there's been talks that St. Louis is gonna move to a soccer stadium in St. Louis, which fair, whatever. If St. Louis gets moved to Los Angeles, we're gonna be seeing riots, and that would also be hilarious. Yeah, like they needed to win. I mean, there's also still It's the home opener next week. You have a halftime show. I doubt it will help that much. But like, yeah, it's tough for Birmingham because this team has been the face of spring football since it returned with the USFL a few years ago. And attendance has been rough throughout that, but the schedulings have been rough with them, especially in the UFL the past 2 years. Now you seemingly have a decent enough home schedule to where fans should be able to attend with ease, and the team just isn't good enough. So it's unfortunate. It's one of those things where it should be a no-brainer for the Stallions to be in Birmingham. But there's legit questions, and it's just unfortunately the case. Though I do doubt the league will look to relocate for next season. But their hand might be forced. Who knows? But also, like, where do you relocate Birmingham to? Is the question. Like, where would they go? What city would they go to? Michigan? Hell, like that would cause a whole other issue. Yeah, no, I think Skip Holtz is done with spring football, sadly, and I think that was also a big part of like why this team is like not finding success as a coaching. I don't know, like it feels like this team is, and because like they had that they got in their own way last week from a win. They're getting in their own way this week from pulling this one out. If Skip Holtz is the coach, you probably do win both of those. You probably do win last week. You probably have a lead today. Instead, you're facing down 1-2 start, the worst start in team history, and you just don't know where to go from there. Hopefully, the home opener shows good signs, and hopefully, you can beat hopefully, if they beat the Storm, I feel like you're feeling a bit better about things if they beat the Storm. But like, there's a non-zero chance the Stallions start the year 1-4 or 1-3, and that's not where anyone thought they were going to be after a month of play, and it's only going to hurt their chances. We'll see. Second half going to be on the way here soon. We shall see. Yeah, and it is McCarron's first ever coaching job, so there's definitely a lot of uncertainty behind the team and what they have in store for them. But like, I feel like that's also part of like you kind of have to be patient a bit with this team. But is there enough time for the patience to be there? Because it is that feeling of you kind of need instant success again to be able to build that, to be able to get people in those seats. But again, the bigger question is, if you do move the Stallions, where do you put them? Where? Maybe Michigan, but that would be a whole other can of worms you're opening up. There was talks entering this season of them going to Boise. Would you want to go that far out west and have them be the only team out west for a year, or would you probably much rather have two teams out west at the same time? So, did you stay in Birmingham for one more year, see if 2027 is a bit better, and if not, for 2028, you open up teams in Seattle and Boise? And if Birmingham does seem to be solid, you can open up Michigan back, but they're in a weird spot. I doubt they ever go back to Memphis/Nashville. That was a failure that needs to just not be returned to. I doubt they go back there. I just don't see it working. And while yes, Memphis was not a good team pretty much at all during their past 2 years, it's just they were getting like 2K people in those seats. I don't see it working there. And the second half is on the way here soon. True, but I just feel like that whole situation. I just feel like it's not gonna work if they go there. And then at that point you're wasting another year. If you're going to move the Stallions, it needs to be to a city you are confident. You're very confident and very like definitively is going to work, and you're gonna show up for this team. Because if you move them to a city like Nashville or like anywhere else, and you get similar attendance numbers, you might as well should have kept the Stallion. The only way you move the Stallions is if it's to a city that is going to sell out that stadium every single home game, and there's no definitive say for that yet. The closest would have been Louisville, but they already got a team through the movement of Memphis. We'll see. All right, teams are lining up for the second half kick. We'll see if Birmingham can salvage this game with a good opening drive in the second half. But it could be a long rest of the game for these two. Teams lined up, people in the seats. In the second half from St. Louis is underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 8. Space up past the 20. Trying to find space past the 25. Going to be brought down past the 30 and stood up around the 33. All right, good return there. What do you got, Birmingham offense? Both teams are barely at 100 yards of offense in this game. And the Stallions have only had one play in opposing territory. Yeah, it's still Corral. But again, I feel like that's a forced decision from them, though. Corral in shotgun, back to his left. Going to hand this off up the middle, and there's space for Anthony McFarland. Going to get a gain of roughly 10 or 11. Pick up a first on the opening play of the half. You'll take it. You will certainly take that. First and 10 coming up. Corral and shotgun back behind him. Gonna hand this off up the middle once again, and that's McFarland for half a yard or so. Not much else to work with. So second and roughly 10 coming up. Corral in shotgun, back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on their own 44. Play clock winding down to get the snap off in time as Corral looks to throw. Deep shot, right side has a man, Deon Kane, inside the 20 to the 15. There we go, Birmingham. About time a big time play happens for this offense. After the Jordan Thomas touchdown, there's been nothing else besides that, but there's Deon Kane to put the Stallions team inside the red zone for the first time today. That's the type of play they needed. 40-yard pickup. Wait, only 40. Oh, yeah. So 1st and 10. And they're going to review this, see if you guys feet in bounds. Or like where you might have stepped out at. It's going to be caught along the sideline. Oh, there's a Battlehawks still to get up afterwards. That's what it is. And it's one of their better defensive linemen as well. It's Travis Feeney still to get up afterwards. That's going to be a tough one for this defense. He's going straight to the medical tent. Yeah, Deon Cain is one of the mainstays in Birmingham, and it's great that they have someone like him to kind of just be like the face of the team. Corral to throw in 1st and 10, pass left side, a throwaway, incomplete. All right, at least he didn't try to force it there. 2nd and 10 coming up. Yeah, she's got a resume for their offensive coordinator. It's something. Corral and shotgun back to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Ball in the St. Louis 16, man in motion right to left. Corral looking to throw once again. Pressure comes quick. Dump off left side, high and incomplete. Had an open Justin Ross, but couldn't connect due to the pressure coming in as hot as it did. 3rd and 10 coming up. I don't blame them. I think it's a mix of Corral's decision making and the weird play calling. And just the fact that they're not finding success that they know they should be able to find. I think it's just a mixture of everything that's getting these guys upset, and I don't blame them. Corral and shotgun back to his right, 3 receivers to the left, going to look to throw once again. Pass right side, going to be incomplete. Through the arms of Justin Ross, who wants a penalty on the play, but nothing thrown. So at 4th and 10, after getting inside the 20, they go pretty much 3 and out afterwards. It was Miles Sims in coverage. AJ McCarron's not happy with it either. Is there an argument for holding there? I mean, if there is, McCarron, challenge it. You have that in your bag. Instead, they'll send out the field goal unit. 34-yard kick for Jonathan Garibay. Kick is up, and it is right down the middle. First time seeing his name since week 1, I believe. At least for a field goal try. And it's a 3-point game after the opening drive of the half. Not bad. Definitely not what you wanted after the 40-yard deep shot to Deon Cain, but you'll take the points. Yeah, it's gonna be definitely an interesting second half. It's gonna be a lot's gonna be up to this Birmingham defense to make a stand here or there, and we'll see what Harrison Frost can do for this Battlehawks offense. I think that's gonna be another true test for this game now. All right, at commercial break. We shall see. It's again, I would say an okay opening drive to the half. They at least get past midfield again, which I haven't done in a long while. Which I think, actually, that's the first time the offense themselves gets past midfield. The previous time was after an interception. So it's progress. They're making progress offensively. It just isn't enough progress. And can they make it? Can they make it a little bit quicker? We'll see. As we're just coming back from commercial break, it seems. Again, no expectations. I mean, especially now with Harrison Frost under center, this St. Louis offense can go any which way. Oh yeah, one more commercial, and it's gonna be the OKC announcement. All right, teams are lined up to send this one down. Somehow accidentally. Okay. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 5, space out past the 20, past the 30, and going to be staying in bounds past the 35 and brought down near the 36. Yes, Harrison Frost at quarterback. Let's see what he can do for this offense. Battlehawks fans have been calling his name for a while now. What does he have in store for them? Frost in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. First drive for the half for the Battlehawks. Frost looking to throw, pass left side, intercepted! And he is gone, a pick 6 for the Stallions! And the tables have turned. One play into the St. Louis second half. And that's all they needed. Mario Goodrich with the pick 6. And all of a sudden, out of pretty much nowhere, the Stallions have the lead. The 5th turnover of the game across both sides. Just like that, Birmingham's up top. Very tough first throw of the season for someone. The extra point is up, and he missed it wide left. This remains a 3-point game. Yeah, pressure came off quick, was hot to that left side, tried to force it in there. And Goodrich read it perfectly. Yeah, I was trying to get that to Akeem Butler. I am shocked that kicker survived past week 1. I am shocked they haven't brought in anyone else yet to try and compete for that job. Yeah, like because his week 1 was also terrible. How is he still on the roster? Both teams have 13 points off turnovers. The only points that not come off turnovers was the field goal to begin the second half. Kickoff underway, going to be returned beginning from the 5, space out past the 25, past the 30, down to the 32. The only points who have not come off turnovers in this game was the field goal to begin the second half by Birmingham. Everything else is off. These teams can only score off turnovers. All right, so Frost and shotgun back to his left. Gonna hand this off up the middle for Jarvion Howard. Gets past the 35 to the 36 or so. In a way, yeah. This game has just been, man. It's been chaotic and just ugly. All right, Frost in shotgun, back to his right. The handoff up the middle once again for Howard. Trying to find some space, going to fight to about the 39. All right, so a 3rd and roughly 2 coming up. Not 3rd and 4, they're saying it. Now they're saying 3rd and 3, okay. Frost alone in shotgun. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Man in motion, right to left. Frost looking to throw. Pass left side is intercepted again. Lucas Dennis. Harrison Frost has thrown 2 passes in this half. Both of them were intercepted. I mean, I don't think the Stallions could have written a better start to the half if they wanted to. 2 pass attempts, 2 interceptions. I mean, at what point do you just go back to Brandon Silvers? Because at least with Brandon Silvers, yeah, he wasn't playing well, but he wasn't turning the ball over. He was giving the defense his chances. Corral looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pass deep over the middle. It's going to be high and incomplete for Deon Cain. So I don't think necessarily the wheels are coming off. I think everything's on fire. Like, what? Second and 10 coming up. Corral and shotgun back to his right. 3 receiving options to the left. Play action, pass right side, going to be caught to about the 30 and brought down around there as well as Justin Ross on the grab. So a 3rd and roughly 3 coming up. Yeah, like, I think you have to. Or better yet, put in Michael Pratt. Because like Michael Pratt has NFL experience. He was with the Packers for a few years. You can trust most Packers quarterbacks at this point. And it's just another. You gotta figure out something for this offense. Third and 3 coming up. Oh, now they're saying incomplete now. 3rd and 8. Of course, yeah. It's the it's the clip of the trash cans in the flood going down the street. Corral and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side, and the Stallions will have to call their first timeout. Weren't going to get that snap off in time. Like, I just don't know what's happening with the St. Louis offense all of a sudden. But 3rd and 8 for the Stallions. All right, 3rd and 8. Quick pass left side for Deon Cain. Going to be caught, and that should be enough for the first. Yep, I'm going to give it to him. Well, part of it is just scheduling as well. Because I think ABC has another game on later. I think they have a hockey game on later, and that's why this is on now. No, I guess it's just scheduling reasons. I don't know. It might be ESPN or something else. And then we just want to go back to back on ABC. Corral and shotgun back to his right for 1st and 10. Quick pass right side, tipped at the line and incomplete. That got tipped backwards about 20 yards. At the same time, I'm not complaining having a quick kick here. Or a quick 2 games. Second and 10. Corral and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Going to look to throw in 2nd and 10. Has some time. Pass right side. Gonna be bobbled and incomplete. Nearly picked off if the defender was heads up enough. And now there's a penalty as well. Was looking for Laviska Chenault. Threw his hands off the helmet of a St. Louis defender. Penalty is roughing the passer. So half the distance to the goal, an automatic first for the Stallions. Well, let's see. Yeah, that's a bit weak. Hits him in the face mask and kind of late, but yeah, that's definitely weak. Was that Carlos Davis again? I feel like they're targeting him at this point. Corral and shotgun back behind him. 2 receivers to each side. Ball now on the St. Louis 13-yard line. Shift in the back to his right and a penalty marker before the snap. False start against the Stallions. All right. First and 15 coming up. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Ball now on their own 18. Handoff up the middle for Anthony McCarron. Trying to bounce it out left side. Has some space past the 15, the 10, the 5. Anthony McCarron. Ball comes loose. It goes out the back of the end zone. Did he cross the plane first? Oh, this is interesting. Did he cross the plane before that ball comes loose? Oh, that's close. Hold on, that's close. That is close. Wait, but that doesn't go out of bounds till it crosses. Why is that not a touchback? Wait, why is that not a touchback? It's 1st and goal Birmingham. Did they change something without? Yeah, they ruled it a fumble at the half yard line. Why is this not a touchback? Yeah, no, St. Louis challenged this. It stays in bounds. No, they go. Corral, handoff up the middle. Now they're in for McFarland. Why was that not a touchback? Penalty on Birmingham now for assists in the runner. Replay 1st and goal. So it's a penalty against the Stallions for assists in the runner. And now they're saying they're picking it. What's happening? So now the touchdowns. What's happening? First off, why was that not a touchback? It's a fumble out the back of the end zone. Second off, initially ruled assist in the runner, and then they overturned it saying there was no assist in the runner. What is happening? It's a Birmingham touchdown. Why was there not? I'm so confused why it wasn't a touchback. Okay, yeah, so apparently they changed. I did not remember hearing them saying this. Apparently they did change the rule about the fumble out the back of the end zone. I actually hate that, as the extra point is up and good. That's no. I get why people are upset about the NFL having that rule, but it makes sense. That rule should not have been changed for the UFL. That's the part of innovation that I think they're messing up with. That should have been a touchback. St. Louis just got screwed here. Why have all... Wait, so they changed that rule, but can't think ahead about the overtime penalty rule? Okay, sure. Birmingham leads by 10. No, that's stupid. No. Like, of all the rules to try and innovate on, you get rid of one that actually made sense from the NFL if you think about it for more than half a second in the fumbling out the back of the end zone rule. That's bad. That's just bad. I don't think that rule should have been changed. Because like you need a way to like because now at this point I get part of it is like they want more exciting action, more higher scoring games, more offense. So they want teams to be more aggressive towards the goal line. But the entire point of the fumble out of bounds in the end zone is a touchback rule, is to just reward the defense more. The league is already so much in favor of the offense. Why are we changing a rule that's been around pretty much since the start of professional football for no reason? That does not make sense to me. I feel like that rule should not have been changed, but oh well. Well, at commercial break after the touchdown, still only 3 points in this game have not been off turnovers. But yeah, I don't know, that's dumb. Here's Blandino to talk about it, I guess. I gotta listen to this. Yeah. Yeah, but Blandino tried to explain it. It's just dumb. No, a fumble out of bounds in the end zone, no matter which side of the end zone it is a touchback. It should be a touchback. Kickoff underway, going to be return beginning from the 10, base out past the 20, past the 25, out past the 30, and down to about the 35. The reasoning is you can't assume turnover as in the same way you can't assume turnover if it's on the regular field of play. Which, yeah, that makes some sense. And then you realize the end zone isn't ruled as you would the regular field of play. That's the whole point of it being the end zone. Yeah, it's ruled differently for a reason. It's dumb. Handoff up the middle from Frost, going to be Jarvion Howard for a gain of roughly 5. This has been a very bad 2-day stretch for the UFL. And I get that am I even in the minority of it? I feel like more people are fine with the fumble out of the back of the end zone being a touchback rule than it seems. That's one of those things where it's changing it for the sake of changing it and doesn't actually have sense behind it. Frost pass right side, going to be incomplete. Looking for Stephen McBride. 3rd and 4 coming up. That's stupid. All right, 3rd and 4. Frost in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Going to look to throw, has yet to complete a pass today. Trying to step up and is sacked. The QB change is what has cost this for St. Louis. St. Louis has cost themselves this game with the QB change. I think if Brandon Silvers is the quarterback, you still have the lead. They cost themselves with that QB change. As they're going to punt this one away. Well, Birmingham was got in the second half surge they needed. Punt comes off clean, going to be returned beginning from the 6. Face up past the 10, trying to find past the 15, unable to do so to the 14. The QB change, unironically, has cost St. Louis this game. Despite it at first looking like the right thing to do. I mean, Frost is 0 for 3 with 2 interceptions, one of them being a pick 6. And that has single-handedly cost St. Louis. Yeah, I don't... But again, it's a decision that makes sense because you needed a spark into the offense. At the same time, I feel like you don't make that decision when you're up by 10 or however much, or up by 6, however much they're up by. If they were down, yeah, do it. But they had the lead. They were playing fine. Corral and shotgun back to his right. Handoff up the middle. Going to be no gain on the play. Yeah, he was doing okay for the nature of this game. Brandon Silvers was playing okay. Making the change was them trying to be too greedy with how they were winning at that time. They wanted the offense to be better and to play better and to actually find the end zone a bit more. But by taking that gamble of the quarterback change, you've now given up 16 unanswered points and are down by 10. Corral quick pass right side, incomplete. Looking for Deion Kane. 3rd and 10 coming up. And obviously there's still time to come back in this one, but I mean, St. Louis has cost themselves in this. That's just rough. Corral and shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Ball on their own 14. Looking to throw once again. Pass right side. Going to be caught. Trying to find space. Gets past the 20. Breaks off 2 tacklers. Gets past the 25 to the 26. Is Justin Ross on the grab. And a big time first down pickup for Birmingham. Oh yeah, Corral has found his rhythm. in large part because the defense is doing their work in this game as well now. And continue to doing their work. And they found momentum in the start of the second half because you have the field goal and then the pick six. The interceptions have turned the tide of this. Handoff right side for McFarland, going to be a loss of about 2. Like, those interceptions just sparked something in this Birmingham team that I think they're going to be able to coast throughout the rest of this. So 2nd and 11. Corral in shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Play clock winding down to get the snap off in time. Corral bobbles the snap, looking to throw. Pass right side, going to be dropped, incomplete. Jaden Mickens, the intended target. Had some space there to turn upfield as well. 3rd and 11 coming up, though. Yeah, bobbled the snap. Not good. All right, Corral in shotgun, back to his right, 3 receivers to the left. 3rd and 11, looking to throw, and there is a stoppage before the snap. Going to be a false start against the Stallions. So 3rd and 16 coming up. This is a weird game. All right, 3rd and 16. Corral in shotgun. Wasn't prepared for the snap. He looks to throw. Pass left side, caught by John Ross. Not going to get a lot of room to work with there. Gain of roughly 5.5, 6. So the Stallions go 3 and out. There's life in St. Louis, but how much is there really? About a minute to play in the 3rd quarter. As there is some pressure on this St. Louis offense to get a rhythm going. We will see. All right, 40 seconds left in the quarter. Punt comes off clean, barely. Going to be bouncing and a good St. Louis bounce, out of bounds around the 47. Yeah, they need to figure something out there. Yeah, this has been a weird one. So Frost still in the game. In shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Ball on their own 45. Handoff up the middle, and there's space to about midfield for Kevon Latulis. And there's a penalty afterwards as well. This might be on Birmingham. As a St. Louis player had his helmet ripped off. I don't know why he's still out there. I guess they're just sticking with him. I don't know. After the play, a personal foul against the Stallions can attack on 15. An automatic 1st down. Silvers must be also banged up to some degree if Frost is still getting a chance in this. Just has to be, right? Otherwise, I don't know why Harrison Frost would still be out there when going 0 for 3 with 2 interceptions on the day so far. Frost in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the right as well. Ball now on the Stallion 35. Quick pass right side, going to be caught by Jarquor Pearson. Trying to find space, gets to about the 32. First completion of the day for Harrison Frost, and that will get us to the end of the 3rd quarter. 15 minutes remain from St. Louis. as a very undisciplined and ugly game gonna come down to the end. I don't think he got hurt. I've seen no report about him getting hurt. But it feels like that has to be the case. Also, as this game is progressing, I'm getting more and more tempted to just put both of these teams at 5 for power rankings and leaving 4 open. I don't think either of these teams deserve to be in the top half of the league. Because this has just been ugly. Alright, that commercial break for the end of the third. Alright, that commercial break. Alright, that commercial break. 15 minutes to go in what has been a straight up ugly game. But oh well. What can you do? These offenses have work to do for the rest of the season. One of these teams are most likely going to be seeing the playoffs this year. Keep that in mind. Because I'm not sure if Houston, Columbus, or Louisville can really do much in their own right. This has been something. It's just pure chaos, and I love it. But at the same time, it's just confusion as well. Like, these are two offenses that a year ago, like, you could be pretty confident in getting a decent performance from them. And here we are with just turnovers on turnovers on turnovers. And it's been the full-on defenses. Yeah, we'll see. Just coming back from commercial break. 33 of the 36 points scored in this game have been off of turnovers. 2nd and 7 coming up for the Battlehawks. Frost in shotgun. Back to his left. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on the Birmingham 32. Man in motion right to left, looking to throw. Pressure coming, shifting left. Passing deep, left side, wide open. Hakeem Butler can't hang on through the contact. Oh, now they're saying he caught it. What? Hold on. If it's caught, it's down to the 2. He gets the foot, but that ball comes loose. There's the 1. There's the 2. Yeah, Birmingham's going to challenge, but this is going to be our booth review. Okay. I see where they say a football move was made. So it's 2 feet. It's 2 feet and a football move. So that's a catch. And it'll be 1st and goal from the 1. The rule on the field stands. Well, That goes both ways because in the NFL, you need 2 feet. In the UFL, it's 1 foot. So in the NFL, where a situation like that, you more so want 3 feet in a football move. In the UFL, 2 feet, a football move, definitely a catch. First and goal coming up. Frost in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Ball on the 1-yard line. First and goal. Can they punch it in this time? Handoff up the middle. Howard stood up at the line. Nothing going there. Why are we still running it up the gut? Yeah, you have to score here. And the way to do that is not by handing it off up the middle. Go outside, pass the ball, do something that's not just, here you go. Here's an easy stop. If they took the points before... Frost in shotgun, back to his left, 3 receivers to the right. Ball on the 2-yard line now. Frost looking to throw. Pressure coming, rolling right, has time, has a man back in the end zone. Does he get a foot? It's Stephen McBride. He is in. Touchdown, St. Louis. What a catch from Stephen McBride. And it's a 4-point game with 13:52 to play. Does he get 1 foot in bounds first? That's the question. He has possession. He gets 2 feet in. That's gonna be upheld. Great catch from Stephen McBride. Good throw from Harrison Frost on the move. He gets both feet down. Only needs 1. Yeah, the second they pass the ball on goal line, they score. Like, it's not that difficult. If the ground game up the middle ain't working, do something else, and it probably will. Extra point to make it a 3-point game. It is up, and it is right down the middle. Alright, we now finally have more points, not off of turnovers. It took us long enough. Alright, still plenty of time for St. Louis. As teams are lining up for the kickoff now. Alright. Hey, that was a good drive from the Battlehawks though. They found life into it. They're finding life offensively. Again, just took them long enough. All right, kickoff underway. Going to be bouncing and returned beginning from the goal line. Space out past the 10, past the 15. Going to try and find space past the 20 and brought down at the 20. It's probably been since the Birmingham, Michigan USFL Conference Championship game in 2024 that we've had 6 turnovers in the game in the UFL. In the NFL, it's happened before. But in UFL wise, I think that's been the last time. And that was all in a quarter of play as well. That was all in the 3rd quarter. That was ugly in its own. I did a video on that quarter. That was ugly. Corral and shotgun back behind him too, receiving options to each side. Shift in the back to his right. Handoff up the middle for Anthony McFarland. Gonna have a breakaway to pick up 10, maybe 11. All right. First and 10 coming up. Gonna hand this off once again up the middle on 1st and 10, and that's gonna be a gain of like 3 or 4. Not much else to work with. So 2nd and 7 coming up. And if the St. Louis defense can do something here, they have plenty of chance in this. Corral and shotgun back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Ball on their own 33. Play clock winding down to get the snap off in time as Corral looks to throw. Pump fakes left. Now passing went deep, left side. Caught by Deon Kane. The 20, 15, 10, 5. Deon Kane from 67 yards out. And the Stallions are back up by 9. Beautiful throw from Matt Corral. This Stallions team has woken up. They had to stop and go on that left side. This Stallions team has woken up. Still not a great throw. I said perfect though, not a great throw. But the defender never turned his head in time. If the defender plays that ball better, that's picked off. Instead, it's Deon Kane to the house. The extra point is up, and it is right down the middle. Is false start on the kicker just a thing? Because that would have applied there. Oh yeah, it was a beautiful pump fake. It got the safety to bite just enough to where he then couldn't play the ball on the back end of it. That was perfect. That part of it was perfect. As we head to commercial break. Yeah. Again, the Stallions have woken up in this second half. They've scored 20 in this half. They've woken up. Hopefully they can build off of it. But yeah, add commercial break. Yeah, but I'm not sure if that can be called. Nor would it really impact things. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that called before, so. But yeah, add commercial break. All right. About 10 minutes left in the game. We'll see. I mean, St. Louis gonna need some life in this one. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, because it is. Yeah, makes sense. I know there's always weird stuff with special teams and how they can move. All right, just coming back from commercial break. and they're interviewing Deion Kane and Matt Corral on the sideline. A strong second half performance has put him up by 10 with 12:23 to play in the game. So still plenty of time. But Deion Kane up to 116 yards on the day on only 3 receptions. Yeah, I guess I never really thought about that either. Kickoff returned up to about, what's that, 25-ish, 30-ish? Yeah, I mean, Corral's having a strong day, even with the interceptions to begin things. He's really shaking them off well. They've scored 23 points in this half. Jeez. Frost and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Ball on their own 31. Frost, pressure coming, escaping. Passing deep left side. And going to be a throwaway, basically. Incomplete in the vicinity of Blake Jackson. Yeah, they're going to need some help if they're going to come back in this. Second and 10 coming up. Frost and shotgun back to his left, looking to throw in second and 10. Pass over the middle is caught by Latulis for a gain of 4, up to the 35. All right. And now there's a penalty down as well. It's offsides against the Stallions. So it's second and 5 coming up. All right, second and 5. Frost and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Ball now on their own 36. Looking to throw once again. Has some time. Pass deep. Left side. Has a man. Pass the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Hakeem Butler now with a 65-yard touchdown. These teams are trading strikes. And this game all of a sudden got a whole lot more interesting. 64 yards to the house for Hakeem Butler. Out of nowhere, this game is becoming a shootout. Out of literally nowhere. Through the first 3 quarters of this game, you could not convince me that the 4th quarter would play out like this. But yet here we are. Hakeem Butler now at over 100 yards receiving in this one. Man, what? Sure. What a quarter of play so far. We're only what's 3:40 into this quarter as the extra points up and good. We are 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the 4th quarter, and we've had 3 touchdowns. Okay, why not? Yeah. I mean, yeah, and Hakeem Butler has always been insane for St. Louis. Similar to Deion Kane in Birmingham, Hakeem Butler has been the face of that team for a few years now, basically. And he just continues to have solid performances when given the chance. We'll see. Kickoff underway. Going to be returned from the goal line. Space out past the 20, 25. Brought down near the 30. All right, 11-14 to play in the game. And out comes Matt Corral once again. First and 10 coming up. All right. Have a good one. You have a good one as well. Corral in shotgun, back behind him. Now motion in the back to his right. Hand off up the middle. Going to get maybe a yard. Not much else. All right, 11 minutes to play in the game. Clock will be continuing to roll. So 2nd and 9 coming up. Corral in shotgun, 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Ball on their own 32, looking to throw. Corral with some time. Pass left side, wide open, caught to about midfield. It's John Ross on the grab. And the Stallions are moving. I believe that's John Ross's first reception of the season. As the one he had in week 1 got called back to the penalty. So 1st and 10 from their own 49. Corral in shotgun, back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. 3 receivers to the right. Tight end over there, gonna hand this off up the middle. And that's gonna be a loss of about 3. There was instantaneous pressure off that left side. So 2nd and 13 coming up. Hey, it was Travis Feeney in there. Good to see him. Good to see he's okay after the scare earlier in the game. So Corral in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Ball now on their own 46-ish. Corral looking to throw. Dump off left side, caught by McFarland. Gonna fight his way to roughly midfield. So big 3rd downs, a big 3rd and 9 for the Battlehawks defense. Can they get off the field? Force a punt and give this offense a chance to retake the lead or tie the game. 9 minutes to play in this one. St. Louis is getting loud. Corral in shotgun. Play clock winding down. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. And they're not going to get that snap off in time. Do they get the timeout off in time? They're going to grant them the timeout. That's the first of the half. And we head to commercial break off the timeout as well. All right, at commercial break. Just under 9 minutes to play in this one. Again, this 4th quarter out of nowhere has been insanely good football from the offenses. We shall see if this can continue or if the defense can step up here. We shall see. We shall see how this one comes to a close. Still at commercial break as we await the continuation of the fourth quarter. It's a 3rd and 9 for the Stallions. From right around midfield. If they get any more yards, they all of a sudden cannot punt on this drive. If St. Louis can push them back some, you can force that punt. But at the same time, maybe you let them get a yard and try to stop them on 4th. Give yourselves a bit better field position. We'll see. We're still at commercial break. All right, just coming back. 3rd and 9. Ball on midfield. What you got, St. Louis defense? What you got, Birmingham offense? Big time 3rd down here. Corral in shotgun. Back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Making some calls at the line. They need the 41-yard line. Corral to throw. Pressure coming. Corral sacked. Back at their own 40. It's Carlos Davis on the sack. And that's a big-time play from the man that's had quite a few penalties against him, both in this game and in their loss last week. The defense makes the stand. The offense will have a chance. Down by 3 to either tie the game or take the lead. Let's see what they can muster up here. All right, punt comes off clean. Going to bounce out of bounds near the 30, I think, or so. Couldn't quite get a yard mark there. All right, Frost in shotgun. Back behind him, 2 receivers to each side. Man in motion right to left. Ball on their own 25. Gonna hand this off up the middle for Jarvion Howard, and there's a lane for a gain of 8. Good start to a gotta score type of drive. 7:40 to play in the game and counting. A 2nd and 3 coming up. Frost in shotgun, back to his left. 3 receiving options to the right. Ball on their own 32. Handoff up the middle for Jarvion Howard. There's space for a 1st down pickup. Gain of 5. They keep the chains moving. First and 10. Frost and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side, looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pass left side through the hands of Akeem Butler and incomplete. 2nd and 10 coming up. Second and 10. Frost in shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on their own 37. Frost looking to throw. Dump off right side. Caught by Howard. Brought down behind the line for a loss of 2. 3rd and 12 coming up. And a big time 3rd and 12 at that. 6 minutes to play in the game. All right. Frost in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Looking to throw. Has time. Plenty of time. Pass over the middle is caught for the first. Akeem Butler down to the Birmingham 46. Good grab. They move the chains. Frost in shotgun back to his right. Looking to throw in 1st and 10. Pass over the middle. Going to be high tipped and incomplete. Luckily not picked. Looking for Jacquard Pearson. 2nd and 10 coming up. All right. 2nd and 10 coming up. Frost in shotgun back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. Ball on the 45-yard line of Birmingham. Handoff up the middle for Latulis. Has space. Gonna be enough for the first. Picks up just about 10. Up to the 35. They're in field goal range now. They can tie this game up. But obviously they don't want to tie the game up. They want to try and get that lead. Four and a half to go, and yeah, he barely got that first. By less than an inch. Alright. Wait, now they're not giving him the first? But okay, whatever. Handoff up the middle, that's going to be enough for the first for Gavan Latulis. Getting up to about the 33. Yeah, that measurement said first down by 0.7 inches. At least I thought it did. The tip of the ball was on the first down marker. That should have been enough. 1st and 10. 3:45 to play. They're killing clock on this drive as well. Going to make it tough for Birmingham to do much offensively afterwards. Frost in shotgun back to his right. Handoff once again for Latulis, and there's almost a bit of space. It ends up getting 2, but could have been a whole lot more. 2nd and 8 coming up. And the clock continues to roll. 3:20 and counting to play. Second and 8 coming up. Frost in shotgun, looking to throw. Pass over the middle, gonna be caught up to the 25. Makes it a 3rd and 3 coming up. 2:45 to go in the game. They need one more play before the 2-minute warning. So 3rd and 3. Frost in shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Looking to throw. Has time. Pass right side. Caught with space for Jacquard Pearson. Doesn't get tagged down. Fighting his way inside the 15 and down to the 11. And that brings us to the 2-minute warning. Jacquard Pearson puts the Battlehawks inside the 15. And 1st and 10 with 2 minutes to play. About 12, maybe 11 yards out of the end zone and the lead late. This game's coming down to the wire and I love it. And what's even crazier is even if St. Louis finds the end zone here, assuming they pick the extra point and it's good, Birmingham could tie it on the other end with the 4-point field goal. This game's not going to be anything close to over. As we head to commercial break. 2 minutes to play. 2 minutes. This is living up to game of the week status. We've gotten a bit of everything from this one. This has been good. But at commercial break. At commercial break. All right. Still at commercial break, waiting for the final 2 minutes. It's 1st and 10 for St. Louis from the 12 of Birmingham. This game's going to have a photo finish, and I'm loving it. From what was very ugly to begin this game, pretty much the first 3 quarters was some very ugly football. Both teams patient with their quarterback. Matt Corral threw 2 interceptions in the first 3 drives. He has since looked a lot better in this game. Harrison Frost, his first 2 pass attempts of this since getting the start in the second half were interceptions. He has since looked a lot better in this game. And this game is a 3-point game late. Harrison Frost has led this Battlehawks team back and have given them a chance late. Props go to both coaching staffs for being patient when a lot of people, myself included, were pretty much ready to get someone else under center. As we're just coming back from commercial break. So just coming back from commercial break. Big time game for both sides. Who can come out on top after tough losses last week, trying to bounce back well. One team to go 2-1, the other team to go to 1-2. And to wrap up week 3, Frost in shotgun, back to his left, 2 receiving options to each side. Play action looking to throw, pressure coming, Frost, pass over the middle, caught, inside the 5, and he is in! Tyler Neville puts the Battlehawks on top with 1:52 to play. And now there is a penalty. We'll see what this is and if this stands. Refs are discussing. The touchdown's going to stand, picking up the penalties. St. Louis leads late with 1:52, up by 3. Thanks to a Tyler Neville 11-yard touchdown reception. And they're going to send out the field goal unit to take a 4-point lead late in this one. Essentially making it so the only way this game can be tied is a 60-plus yard field goal. The extra point from Tucker McCain. It is up. Does that get through? It does. Sneaks through the left upright. Battlehawks lead by 4. Birmingham missed an extra point earlier in this game. That's coming back to bite them. 4-point Battlehawk lead late. All right, let's see. St. Louis entering this game 1 for 7 while trailing through 3 quarters. Looking to change their ways. They need a defense to make one more stand. 1:52 to play. Matt Corral has led multiple game-winning drives with under 2 minutes in the past for Birmingham. This should be a fun finish. Kickoff underway. Going to be returned beginning from the 4. Spaced out past the 15, past the 20, and going to find space roughly past the 25 to the 27 or so. It does seem very fitting for the game to come down to the wire. And the way that it has come down to the wire as well is also weirdly poetic. This is just completely 2 different type of games between the first 3 quarters and the entirety of the 4th quarter. It has been 2 entirely different feeling games. But now it's time for the dome to get loud. 1:46 to play. 1st and 10. They need at least the 42-yard line. Corral looking to throw. Has time. Pass right side. Going to be caught. Mickens has space. Getting past midfield. And going to be actually brought down right around midfield. Maybe their own 49. Danced a bit there once he got near. All right. 8 yards is that 4-point field goal. If they go too far past it, they're going to be taking the risk. Corral and shotgun back to his right. 2 receivers to each side. Ball on their own 49. 1.5 to play. Corral looking to throw. Pressure coming. Trying to escape to his left. Buying some time. Pass left side is off the mark and incomplete. Looking for Justin Ross. 2nd and 10 coming up. Clock will stop. All right. It's going to be a photo finish. Second and 10 coming up. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the right. Play clock winding down to get the snap off in time as Corral looks to throw. Pass over the middle is incomplete. Looking for Deon Cain. Couldn't hang on through the contact. And it's 3rd and 10. Pass was a little bit too high for Deon Cain to come down with it after the hit. All right. 3rd and 10. Again, the 42-yard line is a 4-point field goal. So they don't need to get the first in theory. Yeah, it would be a 4th and 1 though. Corral and shotgun back to his left. 3 receivers to the left as well. Looking to throw. Corral, deep shot, right side. It's there. Justin Ross can't hang on to it. And it's 4th and 10. Pass was a little bit behind, but it's there. It's a good decision. Justin Ross just can't corral it. Goes off his fingertips on, I guess you can say that's back shoulder. Either way, you do want Matt Corral to throw that a bit deeper down the field and let him run underneath it. But still, a ball that a former NFL receiver and Super Bowl champion should definitely catch. 4th and 10 and timeout called by the Stallions. I mean, this is it. This is the game right here. They need the 41-yard line of St. Louis. 1:12 to play. Especially now that they call the timeout here, this is basically the game. I wouldn't be shocked if they don't get it. We see a desperation challenge by Birmingham as well, just to see if they can get something and be able to hang on to this game a little bit. So 4th and 10. All right. The dome is getting loud. 4th and 10. Time does not really matter at this point. Corral in shotgun, back to his right. 3 receivers to the left. They need the St. Louis 41-yard line. Corral looking to throw. Has time. Pass left side. Incomplete. Looking for Deion Kane. It is former UCF Knight Neville Clark on the pass breakup. And unless Birmingham can find the phantom penalty, the St. Louis Battlehawks come all the way back down by 10 to move on to 2-1 on the year and be 11-1 at home in the 3 years of the UFL. They're not even going to risk a challenge here. Okay. Frost's going to kneel this one down. Birmingham will call their final timeout. 1:04 to play. What a win for St. Louis and Harrison Frost. That is an impressive performance and a great showing of resilience from Frost. First 2 pass attempts were interceptions, one of them being a pick 6. That is impressive to be able to show that resilience and perform the way he did afterwards. After the 0-3 start, he went 9 for 12 with 148 yards and 3 touchdowns to get the win. There's one more kneel down. Gonna need one more. For as bad of a start to the second half as it was for St. Louis, this ended up being a fantastic game for them. And AJ Smith once again leads a 10+ point comeback. Yeah, it is an impressive performance for Frost, man. To be able to shake off that start to the half. There's the final kneel down. The St. Louis Battlehawks come back down by 10. What a game. What a finish. And what a way to end week 3. The entire 4th quarter was just fantastic by St. Louis. I don't think they could have played a better 4th quarter. Great show, and I go perfect on predictions this week. By the way, I'm going to pat myself on the back with that. That was good. I appreciate everyone tuning in. Week 4 begins Thursday night between Louisville and Houston. I'll be live with that one. Again, I might be missing one game in week 4. That'll be the one game I'll miss the entire season. Though I'll see, as of now, it's looking like I'm going to be missing it. But time will tell. I appreciate everyone tuning in. I'll see you all next time. Have yourselves a damn good one. Peace.